medicine is concerned, it has a major requirement of usage, and especially with border areas and for the strategic forces and where activities like Amarnath Yatra and all these things happen. That time also providing medical services. And of course, last week only, uh, I'll be happy to tell you that we had a MOU with Integrated Defense Services, IDS. So, and they have tweeted also. And then many uh, news agency called me up, especially UNI and other. So they are very keen to understand about what is this telemedicine. Like such awareness was also not there. When IDS people tweeted about our MOU, then a lot of phone calls came to me recently that what is this telemedicine program, and you please explain to me about the nuances of that and how it is being implemented, how many nodes are there. So I understand we have around 250 nodes. Out of this, around 100 nodes are reserved for the defense forces. And they are being regularly utilized. So that is the benefit which other people are deriving. And IDS team was telling us that not only for the Jawans who are on the duty at various remote places, but their family members also who live in their own villages or cities, they can also take advantage of this telemedicine network. So they've already started using, of course, using the mobile GSM services, but that we can still migrate that to also the telemedicine. The advantage of telemedicine is that you can provide larger bandwidth. A single satellite transporter can take care of many requirements. So Tele Telemedicine Society of India is really doing very great work. I will say that, although not many people are aware about that, but this type of seminars will help us to educate more and more people, and more doctors get involved into this exercise. Of course, we have tie-up with various big hospitals, multi-specialty hospitals, where experts can give their uh, specialized services for the rural areas or the remote areas. So that is where we are trying to work out all these details. And generally, telemedicine, of course, we always say that you should keep away from police, lawyer, and doctor. And telemedicine concept itself that you are away from doctor, but still you are taking care of you. And that the other saying is that although you should keep away from these three people, at the same time, you should have one lawyer, one doctor, and one police officer in your family. So that is the advantage of having the services of these people, but it's in the lighter vein. But your services from remote places to the really needy people. That is the basic concept behind this telemedicine network. So let me compliment all of you for doing such exercise. ISRO has been doing this regularly over last almost 25 years. And we also have a continuing medical education program where every month we organize, we call a specialist doctor and they give a lecture on their expertise or some specific common topic as well, which will benefit mostly the strategic forces who are the listeners of this program and other people at various terminal centers where we have established the network. Another point which has come up recently when we were discussing with the stakeholders was that instead of having fixed nodes at different places, now we should have a mobile node. So SATCOM on the move, that is the technology which we have already designed now. So you mount that telemedicine terminal on a moving vehicle, and that vehicle can then cater to multiple areas in multiple villages. So that is another concept which is coming up, which will I'm sure that it will further expand the scope of this particular activity. So let me compliment all of you for doing this very noble cause and giving your services for that, both the doctors as well as the technology providers. And I assure you that from ISRO side, we'll be regularly working on that and trying to improve the overall network penetration as well. Today is important day for all of us, of course, for you because you are organizing this conference here in Ahmedabad. But we had three major achievements. INSET 3B, which was, I think, the first satellite which provided the telemedicine related transporter that was launched way back, about 30 years back. Then we have what we call a reusable launch vehicle. Nowadays, ISRO is passing through slightly a turmoil because of the failure of our last two flights, but we are working on that. But what next technology is going to come in the world, or it has already come with SpaceX launching three launch vehicles within 1 week, while India, with all our capabilities, we are able to launch only three launch vehicles per year. So that is the difference between us and USA. So we have to cover a lot of margin. For that, reusable launch vehicle technology is the main force behind that. So that technology we have tested already, and that this particular day, that is today, 22 March 2024, we tested this what we call RLV launching landing experiment. So for us, this is again a very important day. And then another technology we tested was the quantum key distribution in 2021 at the Ahmedabad Center. And what is the importance of quantum key distribution is it will be helpful for doctors also when they are providing the services remotely. Is that and for everybody, all those, because we all do financial transactions, we are hearing a lot about cyber fraud nowadays. So the cyber fraud will become a thing of the past with this quantum key distribution, that is the quantum technology. So your OTP or password or your secret information will be transmitted through quantum channel. That is through the photons of light. So nobody can intercept it. Nobody can do eavesdropping. That is the advantage of this technology. So right now it is in the experimental stage, but shortly you are going to hear a lot about that. So that will take care of all our financial transactions as well as the stock market related transactions and all secret information related exchanges, especially for the strategic forces. So this is one technology which is going to change our life in near future. And a lot of work has been happening at our center. So once again, let me wish you all the best for your seminar today. And I'm sure you'll come out with suggestion which we can also take cognizance of and implement it to improve the overall telemedicine network all across the country. So thank you for calling me here, and sorry for this early morning assembly.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful speech. Now, I request Arvind Tyagi, sir, to felicitate our one esteemed guest, Dr. Srinivas Rao, sir, who is CEO of GUSEC. With his support and blessings, we are able to create this wonderful seminar today. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Sunil Shroff, sir, to put a light on this particular seminar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Respected Dinesh ji, I know you're in a hurry. आपको जाना है. President of Gujarat chapter, Raj Rawal, my friend, and Secretary Dr. Chinmay, Treasurer Dr. Dave, Dr. Rao, Tyagi ji, all the dignitaries here. I bring warm greetings from the national body for this digital health conference. It is my privilege as president to be here, and I am, so proud every time I come to Gujarat. I call it the diamond state because truly Gujarat processes 90% of world diamonds. So it is truly a diamond state. And the progress we see in Gujarat is mind-boggling. So real pleasure to be here. I just want to tell you that Telemedicine Society of India, we represent 1,500 members with 21 state chapters. So it's a testament of how deeply, digital health is taking roots in this country. We today stand at a very pivotal moment in healthcare where technology is no longer just an adjunct. It's also it's a care driver on how we deliver medicine, how we deliver care to our patients. Today, we know artificial intelligence is making inroads. So, today it's all about data-driven science, and we are moving towards precision medicine very, very fast. And we have to be careful as we embrace this new technology. because it has to be embraced with responsibility. The progress in healthcare has to be only be meaningful if it benefits our patients. And that's why the added responsibility is very, very important. So we need to make sure that telemedicine is safe, ethical, and patient-centric. And as clinicians, as innovators, as policymakers, as caregivers, together we need to shape this whole ecosystem in such a way that the human touch is medicine is not replaced by technology. So we need to do it, you know, with that in our mind. So I hope that this conference will be very inspiring for many of you who have come here. Hopefully we'll go back, not just with, ideas, but actually something meaningful which we can implement as we go forward. So look forward to the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil sir. And we are very honored that Telemedicine Society of India president is among us to give blessings and a great kickoff of this particular seminar. Now I request Subramaniam Rao sir to say a few words for this occasion. He has to lead despite it. We are really thankful to Dr. Nilesh Desai sir that he is leaving because of his pre-scheduled meetings and all. So, sir.
So thank you for calling me. Sorry, Sir Rao Saab, because I had to catch a flight at 10:40 departure. So one thing I forgot to mention. Today is the day on which Intel chip was invented, the 1990, and then laser was patented today. And more than that, there was some another first flight also happened today, aerospace flight. So that way you are making a very good beginning as far as these activities are concerned. So let me wish all the best to all of you for these important activities. Thank you.
Dr. Rao.
Good morning to all of you. It's our pleasure and privilege to host such an important event on the campus of Gujarat University. And as a host, representative of the host organization, I welcome you all to this conference. First of all, my best compliments to Tele-Medicine Society of India and the Gujarat chapter, Rajasthan chapter for holding this conference. I'm really not competent to speak about medicine because I am a career banker. I'm not doctor. I think many times I'm referred as doctor. I just missed out on becoming doctor in the sense I enrolled for PhD in chemistry, but midway I joined State Bank of India and I left it. So otherwise I was in USC net holder and I pursued research for 2.5 years, then moved to commercial banking. So I was deputy managing director and chief risk officer of State Bank of India before joining Gujarat University, because since Gujarat is like my second home, I spent more than 25 years in this state. So that's how I came back to Gujarat to head this organization. Coming to Gujarat GUSEC, we are a startup incubation center. We have a lot of initiatives to promote the incubation, the startup ecosystem in Gujarat, and we are one of the leading players. We have just completed our decade of existence in the month of February. We promote all types of startups. We do have startups engaged in this medtech, edtech, sustainability initiatives, lot many, and we have a flagship initiative called Her Start, which is purely aimed at startups promoted by women entrepreneurs. So we just launched the 5th edition. We have completed 4 editions so far, and Honorable President of India launched one of these editions way back into 2023. On 5th March, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat has inaugurated the 5th edition. We have many startups working with us, and we would like to collaborate with the Telemedicine Society of India to promote this telemedicine. Maybe startups who are interested in pursuing this, maybe we can try to formulate a problem statement and form a cohort of startups to invite them to solve the problem. And as far as the telemedicine is concerned, I think for a country with lower per capita availability of doctors and so much of inaccessible terrain, I think telemedicine is the only way to reach all of them. Like the communication is the prerequisite of telemedicine, and we are leading in the communication front, as ISRO director has mentioned. So we are one of the leading players in communication. So first prerequisite is taken care of. Second prerequisite is like you all know that finance, banking, and everything has been revolutionized by the communication. Right. The same thing can happen to medicine, and telemedicine is the one. Telemedicine society can lead this. I will say revolution, not even evolution, because now we already spent 25 years. Now I think you need to speed up with the available infrastructure in place. I think we should take this forward, and many of the expert doctors should join this movement. And because at the end of the day, people look at skilled doctors. How skilled is the doctor? So that's the to create the trust in telemedicine. I think we need to uh, involve a lot of experts, super specialists, so that these services can reach to the inaccessible regions of the country. I once again welcome you to this event and wish best wishes to this organization, TSI Telemedicine Society of India, Gujarat chapter. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Now we begin with our conference. I again welcome you all for this very much informative Telemedicine Society of India Gujarat chapter conference, in which this TSI GUJCON 26, we will be taking you for the in the various topics which are going at present and which will be in the future, will make and create impact in the era of medicine treatment of remote areas. Let me introduce with what is telemedicine. As far as my introduction is concerned, I came to know about tele support system when I saw the serials of. I'm really thankful to Ramanand Sagarji and B.R. Chopraji, who were showing this Ramayana and Mahabharata on Doordarshan, where I came to know that divine God, Krishna, Bhagwan Ram, and everybody, they were actually telecommunicating with various area of India. And in my little mind, I was just surprised that how it is possible. But when I entered into my PG, I was introduced with the telemedicine services, which was actually going under Sterling Hospital, Ahmedabad. Then I started to dig in this. What is this telemedicine actually? Where I came to know that in early 20th century, in 1900s, in particular in 1905, William Eathoven actually transmitted heart sounds from a ship, from the ship of like ship full of soldiers, to the one particular PHC, one particular doctor, where the era of telemedicine actually started in modern area. In 1959, the neurological examination was actually conducted by University of Nebraska in with the help of telemedicine in the remote part. In 1960, in 1970, the NASA actually started remote healthcare monitoring system in the Native American area. And in 1999, after the internet happened in 1999, Apollo Hospital initiated this project in a very one particular specific location in Andhra Pradesh. Once ISRO initiated this in 2001, and ISRO implicated this, and by then, in after 2001, the telemedicine actually entered in our day-to-day life, and COVID created a great impact where most of the doctor or majority of doctors, they were adapting telemedicine as a routine treatment protocol across India. So telemedicine is a very easy. Basically, why telemedicine is necessary. So basically, it is not the basic, I mean, like, or some one modern modality of treatment, but it actually touches the very important aspect of our medicine, that is called accessibility, where we are accessible to the every people in remote area or people who are not able to come to us. So with as a doctor, this accessibility part is very much taken care of by telemedicine. Now, not to take your further time, I first of all very much thankful. I am very much thankful to our sponsors, that is Telemedicine Society of India Gujarat chapter, Space Application Center, ISRO, GUSAC, Intel, Gujarat University, Abhishu, Express Diagnostics, Rainiac Healthcare, AIC GUSAC, Mindre, and Telemedicine Society Rajasthan chapter. Now, I'm also thanking our Telemedicine Society of India Gujarat chapter president, Dr. Raj Rawal sir, for his warm and tremendous effort for the initiation and continuation and promotion of this Telemedicine Society of India Gujarat chapter, and to initiate the part in Gujarat. I am really thankful. A warm round of applause to Dr. Raj Rawal sir, please. With Dr. Raj Rawal sir, I'm also thankful to Dr. Videndra Kumar sir, or Dr. Vivek Dave sir, Dr. Chinmay Shah sir, and Dr. Arvind Tyagi sir. With the continuous and very much together effort, we were able to do that. Yes. So, not to take your further time, I request Dr. Raj Rawal sir to come on stage and initiate the program.
Good morning, all. Good morning. Requested dignitaries, all guests, all esteemed faculties, all delegates, and my dear friends. It's a really honor and privilege to welcome you as the President of Tele-Medicine Society of India Gujarat chapter. And I am very happy that with a topic like telemedicine on a Sunday morning, I can see the good audience. So cheers for you people. I think there is a huge clap for you people. So I think everybody has spoken so many things about telemedicine. So let's not indulge in that. We'll straight away start this program. So we have a audience, mixed audience, clinicians, the decision maker, technocrats. We have the whole scheduling is like that. We have covered almost all aspects of telemedicine. Tea and coffee is available round the clock. So from 9 to 5, tea and cookies are available. In between, whenever you feel tired or hungry, you can take and again enjoy the conference. And uh, we want that this to be a very interactive. So open your mind and ask questions whenever you have any queries or any suggestion, discussion. We are very happy. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll start the conference.
अरे वो समझी गया वो बार I you super okay yes वो तुमने लेटेस्ट शेयर कर
Challenges to implement.
Now let us begin with our first lecture, challenges to implement telemedicine practice in India. For that, I invite our moderator, Dr. Vivek Dave sir, on the stage. And we have our respected panelist, Mr. Virendra Kumar sir, Dr. Raj Rawal sir, Dr. Chinmay Shah sir, Dr. Deepika Das ma'am, and Dr. Krishna Kumar sir, to take chair.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Dr. Irshan, for the lovely introduction. So now let's move across because we have a short of time. So first topic that we have kept today, it's deliberately the challenges in implementing telemedicine in India. So why we have decided to keep challenging first? Because purposefully we have decided this topic because the more we know about the challenges, what we come across, more we are prepared to make our road and make our journey smooth as far as telemedicine is concerned, right? So we have all the esteemed panelists over here. So let's just proceed. I will start from the preface to epilogue, the how the entire journey of telemedicine is all about, and in between we'll discuss regarding the potential challenges we come across. So this is a conventional thing that we all are practicing as a clinician, as a critical care specialist. We are seeing the bad side, right? So these all are the pictures that the real critical care scenario is occurring all across. And I have kept picturesque panel discussion to make you people well connect. And this is a conventional OPD practice, outpatient department, that how it looks. That patient walks in and clinician see the patient in person. So now let's discuss with the transition from the conventional to evolution of telemedicine. So we all aware that telemedicine, what exactly mean is the delivery of healthcare services where distance is a critical factor by all healthcare professionals using information and communication technologies for the exchange of valid information, for the diagnosis, treatment, prevention of disease and injuries, research, evaluation, and for the continuing education of healthcare providers. So now this is a name that nowadays everyone is so much of affectionate, right? Badana moda upar lips par the name Durandar. Okay, so who is actually the Durandar of telemedicine in India? Any guesses? Yes. So SAC ISRO is the real Durandar of telemedicine in India, right? So ISRO is the pioneer of telemedicine. We all aware of Virendra Kumar sir. All have thrown the light as far as the ISRO's contribution in the field of telemedicine in India. So ISRO Telemedicine Network in India, you can see that the two giants of corporates in healthcare, Narayana Health and Apollo, right? You can see that 130 telemedicine centers of Narayana Health and 125 of Apollo Telemedicine. So these two are the additional Durandars, along with ISRO and SEC as far as telemedicine in India. And I'm really proud that I'm attached with Narayana Health Ahmedabad unit since the inception. So this is the one highlight that what ISRO can able to do, right? So ISRO backed telemedicine to bring specialist doctors to India's remote borders, right? The same Dr. Nilesh Desai has mentioned in the opening speech. So now let's start the interactive panel discussion. My first opening question to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Virendra Kumar sir, that we all aware about SAC, ISRO, so much of satellite application center and all. So how did it happen to get so much involved in telemedicine, though the basically it pertains to medical profession and the key achievements of ISRO in this domain, sir?
Hello. Good morning. So, Dr. Dave, I'm the opening batsman.
Yes.
So the bowling is quick, the pitch is also pretty quick. Okay. It is a natural question. Okay, ISRO being involved with space activities, making satellites and stuff like that, making rockets, how did it get involved in telemedicine? I think the story goes back to the days of Dr. Sarabhai, that great son of India, when we were getting liberated from British rule and times were very difficult. So he came back to India and he, during those times, was able to convince the government that the country should invest in space activities. Many of you would have seen the movie Rocket Boys or Rocketry, some of the stories there. He said, while the other nations, they may be doing space exploration and going to various places in our solar system. We want to use space technology for the benefit of common man. So how would it benefit the common man? So he went about demonstrating to the country as to how space technology can be used for the benefit of the common man. Now he identified two main areas. The illiteracy in our country was rampant. Country was not very rich. The villages were not too developed, but most of India was living in villages. And he identified that our far out areas lack specialist doctors as well as teachers. Now, why was like that? Now, doctors, when they are in the remote areas, first of all, they would like their children to have better education, so they gravitate towards major cities, and the same goes for the teachers. So our far out areas remain deprived of quality healthcare as well as quality teachers. So we demonstrated through our site experiment that satellites can be used for tele-education as well as telemedicine. And ISRO initiated these steps in 80s, but the real network started coming in early 2000, and we started working with the doctors, Apollo hospitals, as you mentioned, and Narayana Health. Dr. Devi Shetty himself was involved in telemedicine. So we started demonstrating to people, and then the story continued.
Yeah, that's great. Huge round of applause for the contribution of ISRO-SEC in telemedicine. So as Virender sir has rightly mentioned, that space technology for the benefit of the common man, late 90s to early 2000, initiated telemedicine using satellite technology, connected super specialty hospitals with remote rural centers, enabled access in islands, hills, and inaccessible regions. So that is the whole concept of telemedicine, and used inset satellites for real-time consultation. And huge impact and expansion gradually they have done to cover the large number of hospitals, served lakhs of patients. One by one, specialties got involved and reduced the need for travel for and healthcare costs. And that is the legacy of ISRO-SEC has started, and current relevance like foundation of modern digital health systems, inspired platforms like eSanjeevani, demonstrated scalability of telehealth, continuous support via space-based connectivity, and supported and helped creation of Telemedicine Society of India. So now all these things are happening, but important thing to understand is what the guideline, right? So what is the actual practice? We cannot just practice like it's ifs and buts. It has to be a structured guideline as far as the telemedicine is concerned. So, Ministry of Health and Family Affairs, they have started in guideline in March 2020, because the COVID pandemic has given the huge boost and push of the platform of telemedicine. So what it covers, like I have just mentioned in brief, like scope and types of telemedicine, telemedicine technologies, duties and responsibilities of medical practitioner, patient information, drug prescription rules, documentation, and medical records. So we must have to aware about the recent practicing telemedicine guidelines. So now my next question is to Mr. Virendra Kumar sir only, that why the telemedicine guideline issued by the government and Niti Aayog is so important, and the brief regarding the do's and don'ts of it.
Yes. Thank you. You see, when ISRO started demonstrating telemedicine, telemedicine in the country was not legal. Like, there are many intricacies in doing telemedicine. Suppose a doctor from Gujarat connects to a patient in Andhra Pradesh. He is not allowed to do that. And then uh, it was also not legal for a doctor to directly advise the patient. So how we configured our system was that we connected the tertiary care hospitals, the super specialty hospitals, to the remote ends, and at the remote we had RMPs or district hospitals. So that way, since the district hospitals were planned out in the country, they were connected to the super specialty hospital, and that's what was doing. No, that wasn't enough. Actually, we wanted that it should percolate to the ground level, and doctors should be able to give teleconsultation to the patient at the remote end. And for that, we needed explicit laws. Just imagine if I am sitting here and I know so many doctors in Ahmedabad. So I've learned a bit of medicine myself. I've become a kind of half doctor. Now, if I sit in front of a computer and start doing telemedicine, am I allowed to do that? No. But where is it written? So we needed some kind of a law, some kind of a framework through which doctors can safely do telemedicine. I mean, they should also not become liable to so many other things. So it was very important that such guidelines or such laws are available through which telemedicine could be done. And the ISRO had created Telemedicine Society of India, which has been working continuously to develop such guidelines. And we were having a little bit of hard time to convince all the stakeholders in this field to adopt telemedicine. But at that time, COVID happened. And suddenly everybody realized that having telemedicine is very important. And government approached us, ISRO, and we shared with them that these guidelines are now ready and they can be immediately released. So that's how it happened. The guidelines were in place, they were immediately released by Niti Aayog, and we could start teleconsultation. And I would say it not only saved the lives of many patients during COVID, but it has actually saved lives of many doctors as well during COVID times. So that's how it came about. The telemedicine guidelines, how people are free to be medicine.
Thanks a lot. Would you like to add anything?
See, in 2020, this guideline is available. So I think you can scroll and the guideline from telemedicine to telemedicine is in practice guideline that is available online. So you can for people are.
Yes. So now let's move. Now the ball will be in the court of our clinicians who are sitting as a panelist. Because see, telemedicine is a rapidly growing field in India. We all aware about it, and every leaps and bounds, artificial intelligence, digital technology, very handy with all of us. So it offers numerous benefits, including improved access to healthcare, cost reduction, improved patient outcomes. So in a way, it's a fastest, easiest, and cheapest. But nothing comes with the challenges, right? So there is no pain without gain, like no gain without pain, like that. So, but still, challenges are numerous as well. So, what are those? So, the first is the challenge to give comprehensive and holistic approach to the diagnosis, how to make patients satisfied with this. So my question to Dr. Krishna Kumar sir. So put a throw a line on this.
Hello. Hello. Challenges, the basic challenge you already highlighted, and just a comprehensive and holistic diagnosis of the any patient is totally dependent on the accuracy of the data, and key factor is the data. Number one. Number two, doctors talk to patients only for patient satisfaction. So we must assure that data accuracy, data capsulation should be transmitted with right information to right people at the right time. This is the one factor. And second factor, the counseling of the patient should be very accurately. It should be in the local language. If possible, then we can take the help of a caregiver or health worker in case of at the grassroots level. So I think both can cater the comprehensive and holistic approach for the right diagnosis and right counseling to the right person, through right person to the patient will, I think, satisfy to the customers, to the patient. Thank you.
Great. Anything else would you like to add, Chinmay bhai, Raj bhai, regarding that?
I would like to add something. Some of the key provisions in the telemedicine guidelines, I think I read out. The first guideline, first point is who can practice. So guidelines say only registered medical practitioners should practice. Then what? Hello. Video, audio, text, everything is allowed. And types of consultation, first consult, follow-up consult, emergency consult, in limited cases. Then consent. What happens to consent? So if the patient initiates telemedicine, the consent is implied. Otherwise, if doctor initiates, then consent has to be explicit and recorded. The prescriptions, list 0, list A, list B, and prohibited drugs, all those things are listed in the guidelines. Data privacy, which is very important, as to patient data, what to do with the patient data, how to keep it secure. Those are part of guidelines. And the limitations, like it's not for emergencies which need physical intervention. So these are some of the key provisions of the PN guidelines.
Yeah, this is very important to understand because see, medical legal aspects will always come whenever you treat patient, whether in person or through from the distance. We'll definitely cover this when we discuss regarding the medical legal aspect. But now, my next slide and question that we all aware that how the personal touch is important in the field of medicine, like empathy, and you see the patient in person with compassionately. So personal touch matters a lot. But in telemedicine, it is missing. So my next question is to Dr. Raj Rawat that how to get rid of this lack of personal touch and to make patients confident.
So this serial mobility. Uh, See, if the striking difference when you are practicing on screen and off screen. So the first thing I think we have to humanize the whole process. So as we have started this practicing, and I think almost more than 5,000 patients we have seen during COVID time. So the first thing I think we have to spend at least first 20 seconds of our consultation just to sympathize, just to introduce yourself, just to treat patients. That is very important. The humanize the process. The first initial the treating and everything that is very, very important. Another thing is I would consider that when we have a website banner. Now this is a we have a website banner. It is a we have developed the website banner.
Yes.
It's a kind of we have a habit of looking to the reports rather than looking to the cameras, right? The small things. So look at the camera. Look into the eyes of the patients. Once you see on the screen other than camera, then they'll be very uncomfortable. So be little more empathic. to do that. So this is a very, very small things I think we have to develop. The other thing is, whenever you start, I think, give the pre-context. So if you have patient come for the follow-up or if you know the history, so better you, if you have done the consultation maybe at the time of evening time, then ask all the reports beforehand. So you study the reports, so at least you know that this patient has this problem. So whenever you interact in that fashion that he knows that patient, the doctor is knowing about. So that builds the confidence.
Right.
So that is also very important. Other whenever you describe the things, that you should be very compassionate, like you are compassionate with your patients offline.
Mm.
Sometimes that is missing. So if there is a network breakup, then you also lost the track, and then you become irritating. So that irritation and then these are small things I think that we need to handle. So that makes a lot of sense. And give a proper prescription to the patients at the end of that, and explaining into the details, everything, counsel them.
Absolutely.
So I think these all comprise to have a personal touch. So we have to develop this habit. I think most important thing is that.
So in a way, you must need to spend valuable time. Right? Yeah, sir, please.
Just to add to that, discussion going on. Just want to add one more thing to what Raj said. We were trained. I think consultation, you always have an additional person like a nurse practitioner.
Yes.
Because the amount of time you spend with people most important. My teleconsultations go for longer than my see face to face. So if you have a nurse practitioner or a brain who can take a history, who can speak to the patient, explain a little bit to the patient, and then the doctor comes. So you know what happens? Patient is satisfied that enough time to be spent. The second trick I'll tell you is when you're giving instructions to the patient, ask them to repeat. आप समझे क्या? मैंने क्या कहा?
Right.
That's another thing you should do. When it comes to personal touch, in outpatient, you want to examine the patient. So in telemedicine, sometimes examination becomes different, but you can ask them to, protrude your tongue, you can actually count the pulse, there's a way to do it.
Yes.
You can actually do a telemental examination where you ask the patient to press kahan dard ho raha hai, and it will show you where the pain is. So there are tricks to this whole practice. As you do more and more teleconsultations, you learn these tricks. And the personal touch comes more in when the patient is admitted on the ward, not so much in outpatient.
Yeah, true.
And then, when you have a patient who's on follow-up, who's already seen you, my patients come from all over the country. So वो patient सिलीगुड़ी से चले आने में उसको लगेगा 2 दिन. But he's on teleconsultation, he's there, I'm there in time, and he doesn't have to travel. So they are very happy. He travel नहीं करना पड़ा, पैसा नहीं लगा हमारा.
Yes.
Follow. Very good.
Very good. Yes.
Thank you.
So I think so many our friends, surgeon friends, with Gopal is here. So many friends have started telemedicine follow. That's very easy. Just to remote the brain, just to see if the patients, then they are not required to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's very so the most important, as I told you, you have to develop that website manners. That is very important.
Yeah, so the very well input by Sunil sir. So it's important to give valuable time because see in a digital world we are always in a hurry to complete the task. So the take-home message for all of you is that quantity doesn't matter, quality always matters. Because yesterday only I had watched our respected Dr. Devi Shetty sir's interview taken by Arnab, and Arnab was asking that how much time you are giving to your patient. So what Shetty sir has told that I haven't even watched the time the moment I start seeing my patient. मैं time नहीं देखता हूँ, right? I never seen the time that how much time I have spent. So this is the quality of time, and that you can definitely replicate in the platform of telemedicine as well. So we can easily get rid of this lack of personal touch kind of a challenge in telemedicine.
I think government of Gujarat has started e-Sanjeevani in a big manner.
Yes.
And there is a hub and spoke model. So as we are not there to personally talk to the patient, convince the patient,
Right.
but when we start doing standardized practice in a urban spoke model, so the person who is there, as sir has rightly said, the nursing consultant or our assistant who is there, he or she can make assure the patient that okay, everything has been done. And if we start using a specific platform, so when we come online, before that on our side screen, we have all the detail of the patient. For
Yeah.
example, previous sugar was this, now this time sugar is this. So as we are talking with the real patient, we can talk to the
Yes. I have kept this in our rural model of telemedicine. So we'll discuss at that time. So now, this is a real challenge we all are facing. That doctors in India easily approachable, right? It is actually a boon or a curse. Doctor is just a call away. You drop a WhatsApp message, doctor will immediately see and respond. Right now, even apps have come up that doctors are at your doorstep. Right, so I have just keep a one peek of that such an app that doctors are at your doorstep. So this is also one more challenge because more we are promoting telemedicine, these all our challenge are also coming up. So how to get rid of this challenge? That are we actually compromising the seriousness of doctor-patient relationship? So my question to Dr. Chinmay Shah.
so continue what we have discussed. That this is like a perspective. As sir has said, that the patient is at Chennai or Siliguri and he doesn't have to come to Chennai. So in that case, patient will be very happy. That okay, yeah, I don't have to travel and within a 5 minute or 10 minute I'm able to consult the patient. But in other way, when everything is going online, we need to look at the two things. One is the confidentiality and privacy. So
Yes.
that is the major thing we have to keep in mind. Today, we have also started using AI in telemedicine everywhere. So where we are uploading everything, it may hamper the confidentiality and privacy of the patient. On another way, we already touched upon the topic of personal touch. So if we structure our system as we have already discussed, then the doctor-patient relationship will be maintained. And what is happening that if I am offline, I will not be available 24 by 7. But as it is a double sword, and in telemedicine, I may be available in specific
Yes.
daily morning,
Yes.
for example. So they can daily report me or I can see
Right.
their report daily because I don't need to travel and they also don't need to travel. So it is a double-edged sword. That for specific purpose, if the patient is very far, for him and for doctor both, it is good. And when it comes to the monetary part also, they both are happy because don't have, none of them have to travel, but both at their own pace are able to do it. So I think it depends on the patient's condition as well as doctor's conditions. So it's on our side when we are talking as a doctor how to take care of it and how to leverage it. The advantage of telemedicine in doctor-patient relationship.
Yeah. So tele OPDs and tele ICU both are different ball game. So tele ICU concept where we are doing physically 24 by 7, we are monitoring patients, we are managing patients, we are treating critically ill patients, we are managing any complications bedside. So in tele ICU, you have to have a 24 by 7 backup from the remote place. But as far as the tele OPDs are concerned, as Dr. Chinmay sir has rightly mentioned, that you have to have the designated time. So whether you say teleconsultation or tele OPDs, that you can designate a time that these couple of hours I'll be available as a remote place tele OPD consultant. So now let's come to the real challenge in country like India because we have a vast rural population. So telemedicine in rural India, right? And our honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji's dream to reach the last person on the villages in the rural India that cannot be have a lack of healthcare facilities, right? So telemedicine in rural India is transforming healthcare access by enabling remote consultations, continuous chronic care, and early intervention. Despite challenges in infrastructure and digital literacy, we'll come across with these two challenges. And COVID, as we have already discussed, has accelerated the adoption and highlighting telemedicine role in maintaining patient care. And these all are the key initiative platform that like eSanjeevani, M-Swast, and Easy Clinic. So now what are the steps towards outreach to patients to remote location, especially in rural area? Right. My next question is to Dr. Deepika Dash.
Thank you. So, this is a very valid question actually, because majority of our population lives in rural areas only. And they don't know how to use mobile phones, smartphones. Even if they have like e-Sanjeevani app is there, but elderly people they can't use the smartphones to use to tell their complaints also. There is a language barrier is also there, and we do not have good internet connectivity in all the villages also. So we need to have a good infrastructure where we can deploy this telemedicine. Like we can equip our PHCs with good internet connectivity, our wellness centers or small hospitals with good internet connectivity. We can train local ASHA workers or ANMs to at least register the patients to upload their vitals, to how to take their vitals and to uh, take the history properly and to pass on the history to us. And this telemedicine or tele-ICU concept that as sir said, it is a hub and spoke model. It runs as a hub and spoke model. So a specialist is sitting in a tertiary hospital and that doctor can help, that specialist can help these patients who are staying in villages. We can also train local people. We can have some camps which can create awareness in villages.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Dr. Deepika. So now I'll just show you a few slides what exactly the rural model of telemedicine is all about, right? So it's a rural telemedicine health clinic. And our group, Abhishu Critical Care Associate, proudly associate with Soshodhan Trust. And we are managing from here the rural areas of Telangana, like Chipalpalli and Tosham villages. So amazing concept, right? And not only telemedicine, they actually take up entire village and they convert the village into digital village, right? So the idea is of Honorable Dr. Reddy sir, who is a cardiologist, and he had spent years in US, and then he come back over here, and he has established this concept to reach to all the villages of India.
Yeah, this is the most important.
Yes.
The physical literacy rate is still very low in India. And we have to make them aware. I think to create awareness by having these conferences,
Yes.
seminars, and in the street plays, even we can do street plays about telemedicine to the villages. So I think as the awareness will improve, I think the acceptability about this is
Yeah. So they have associated with National Institute of Rural Development and they have taken up one by one villages, right? So this is a vision, right? Model to prevent urban migration from the villages. So high quality, low cost using local resources, easily replicable model in any village all across. And this is the vision that they have, right? Self-sufficient village. You can see that since the birth, they are providing tele-education, they are providing telemedicine, telehealth, they are improving the livelihood in the village, and then they are also providing the jobs as well, right? So it's a full circle. So people from village need not to go to the urban areas for their survival, right? So this is an amazing concept, and now we are in process of replicating the similar model of in rural Gujarat as well, right? So this is the whole idea of telemedicine in rural India. Like this, they are workout on this side is a clinician, and here on this way, the patient, as well as Sunil sir has rightly mentioned, the nursing staff as well. Because sometimes what happened, the biggest challenge is the language barrier in all these areas, right? So they have to have a local staff who can translate what we are advising the patient, right? So this is the concept of Swashodhan Trust, and they are managing across village. I don't have much of a time because I have few slides, but I can just in brief I can tell that with this model they have reduced the infant mortality rate immensely, because in these villages this antenatal care is seriously lacking, right? So all the pregnant patients are having severe anemia and all these things, but with this telemedicine bridge they have come across and they have reduced the infant mortality rate immensely. They have stationed all these equipments over there, right? As Virender sir has also mentioned regarding all these things like digital stethoscope, ECG on the handset, and even the digital X-ray, right? So they all have established this PHC center with advanced equipments. So now from rural to now, let's go ahead with the urban, the real scenario like tele-ICU and AI in healthcare. And we all aware that India progresses in leaps and bounds in the field of artificial intelligence, and leadership does make difference. We all aware about it. Like Modi ji has also pushing further regarding the tech usage in healthcare. We all aware that the Grand Health AI Healthcare Summit also has been done recently. So now this is the overall concept of artificial intelligence in healthcare, right? So now the biggest challenge is the digital technology adoption. So my next question is to how to keep a pace and make ourselves adopt with evolving technology, to Dr. Krishna Kumar. And this is an interactive session, so whenever you feel any question, you can ask the panelist.
Very good question. How to keep a pace and make ourselves adopt evolving tech? Firstly, we should read about the recent and advanced technological application. I think doctor don't need the depth of the technology, but he should learn, he should update himself about the use of practical use of that technology with patients. So I think there is two components. One is the updation of the surrounding technologies and training technologies to doctors, as well as we should strengthen to our backbone. How we have to use the platform like health worker who is supporting us from backend. They should be go through the upskilling program about the recent and advanced technological things. So through webinars, through this kind of seminars, which already updating us, and we are discussing new things here. And recently, you have just mentioned in previous slide that AI application, how we can use the AI application in our day-to-day consultation. So that will be also a fruitful and effective tool for us in coming days. So these are the two components. One is the backbone strengthen, backbone is upscaling, and one is the updation from different sources like webinars, seminars, and other videos. This is the two things. So we can update through this. And one more thing, because doctors don't need the depth of the technology, but we can take the help of depth of technology. We can take the advice from technological group, like in big establishment, we have ITT, we have other supporting staffs. So these two things, through these two things, we can continuously update ourselves. Openness will helpful in this evolving technological advancement and their application. Thank you. Yes, Johan.
Yes, yes. See, we have rightly put forward by Dr. Sunil sir, we have kept a stall of Telemedicine Society of India over here. So those who are not enrolled as a life member of Telemedicine Society of India, you can do it today and take this opportunity, right? As Shroff sir has mentioned.
Just I will announce with the grant permission from the our president. We have offered 10% again.
Yeah, that's great.
Today, we will take the membership of the TSI. So I'm Dr. Jetha, I'm the vice president. I was in charge of telemedicine for consultation in Sal Hospital for 15 years, for about 4 years. Point of input is very, very important. As you had very well explained, the one who gives input, it's like I had two stations, Prabij and also one of the Kutch. I asked cameraman to focus on the media side of the joint, he was not able to understand.
Yes, true.
So problem is that good illumination, trained photographer, and the medical person. Otherwise, you are not able to see. A very interesting thing I'll tell you. In Sal Hospital, in NX, we had three OPDs. So I asked my senior colleagues to examine the patient as a telemedicine, which was just by the side. He was not knowing what is the diagnosis. So we did all these gadgets for 10 patients. 9 patients, the diagnosis was wrong. Because after doing this, we asked actually the patient to go into that particular OPD and now check it and find it out. So he said that the problem is the shoulder, but it was actually a malunited supracondylar humerus. So we should go with such experiments and to find out that just check it. And then ask the real patient to check again by the expert and see that how far we were not accurate in that diagnosis. That's very important thing. I think that will give us more insight into this. After ID and video consultation. Sure. Sir, it was received that he was managing the orthopedic companies 15 years before. And the use case in the field of dermatology. We are having 9 telemedicine, teledermatology model branches. And with my all pleasure, I would like to say that there is a strong rural acceptance.
Yes.
They are always afraid of time. My growth is better than even an industry nowadays. We have established 9 branches in 6 years. We started, sir, Kelly sir, person from the ISRO. We started our teledermatology OPD first in 2017 where COVID was not legal. Means where telemedicine, teleconsultation was not legal. We were used to keep a medical legal lawyer first because I can issue no, I was prescribing a fish wash. So in 2022, everything became legal and impact consent comes into the picture. So nowadays we do not require patient comes to our doorstep. Quality of video conferencing cameras with the help of 5G, it has improved. Yes, that way Jitwa sir says, and one of the sir says that eye-to-eye contact makes the difference.
Yes.
And you have to establish a video conferencing camera for such a way that a patient should feel that it should be the realistic consultation. So, because sir said that it is an interactive session.
Yes, absolutely.
Who is practicing the telemedicine. We are going through a session of challenges in implementing the telemedicine in rural area. I am the one, I am starting up my centers at such place where up to 50 kilometers there is a single dermatologist.
Yes.
Or two. Which per capita dermatologists are very less in those areas where I start my branches. So I also pass through the variety of challenges. I passed through a lot of failures before establishing my first successful branch. So I would like to enlist the following challenges which I faced through, and I would like to tell you the which is most difficult. First is connectivity, second is hardware, third is software, fourth is personal touch by means lack of feel of personal touch by patient. Fifth is legal issue, and sixth is lack of personal touch by doctor. It is not only the patient who feels not satisfied that I have been consulted by a doctor. It is a big common issue which is hindering our growth that I am not getting more dermatologists attached with us because they are feeling that, sir, ऐसा तो कैसे consult हो? So, which is the Raj sir. Because, doctor, you have to be very precise in the question because We have so many programs to follow.
My question is to the telemedicine practitioners of this session, which is the challenge, most irritating challenge to you people, whether it is connectivity, whether it is hardware, whether it is software, whether it is personal touch, by the lack of personal touch, feel by the doctor, lack of personal touch by the patient, and legal issue.
See, I think all are the real challenges we are facing. But let me tell you that this is an evolution. I think you must be aware that it is an evolution process. I think down the line, in about 5 years, what is the network problem now? It's not there. Same thing with the hardware. Now there are so many gadgets are available. Same thing with the software. So we are evolving. See, it is an evolving. So that's why we are discussing where we can contribute something that as a practitioner we can go through all these things and practice benefits. I may add special very strictly of all the challenges which you listed, legal is the most painful and irritating one because that really takes away a lot of time. But believe me, in COVID and after COVID, you can 1 billion consultations. Not that. We have a proper template to that. And if you follow that template and if you have done a small course and if you are familiar with the guidelines, just follow it. When you're not comfortable with telemedicine, don't do it. Draw your line. That's very important. Not every case is ready for telemedicine. If Dr. Saab's case, 9 cases, diagnosis is wrong, then the telemedicine should not be practiced in that area. Be safe. That's the most important one line statement I can give. That it is your responsibility to make sure whether you can do a telemedicine on this case or not. That is you do the responsibility. So you have to be safe to practice telemedicine. Then you would have any relations.
I would like to add one thing. So the most irritating thing, I have worked in tele-ICU in last 4 years. I've done only tele-ICU. So I was working in cloud physician. So the most irritating thing which I felt was when there is like any internet connectivity, because you can't do anything. Like you are not connected with the other person. So I felt that was the most irritating thing while we are seeing the patient. You can take some more extra time to understand the patient. You can ask someone else to do what you wish to do, to auscultate, to get the history, to pass on the language barrier and all. But the most irritating thing which I felt was if there is any issue in the hardware or internet connectivity, or you're not able to see the patient.
So if you're not able to do a video, audio, but the error is, when there is a laptop there or a computer there, and the electricity goes on. That's another big challenge in many states even now. So you need to have a backup and you need to have something for the electricity so that you have some battery backup so that doesn't happen. That's another thing which you see. Thank you.
Yeah, so now because of lack of time,
Yeah. In BPC guidelines, they have openly told there is no barrier regarding any kind of social media use during the consultation. This is a big factor. Previously, it was restricted. Now it is any kind of social media you can use for teleconsultation. I would request everyone to just please go through the telemedicine practice guideline. And as a telemedicine society of India, I think we are also planning or we are aligned with the Niti Aayog to have some changes in that. So we are working on it.
so great to see involved and interactive audience here. But because of lack of time, we'll just quickly move forward. So this is one more challenge like digital literacy. So my question is to Dr. Deepika Dash, how to empower nurses, paramedics, as well as patients with technology? Quick and crisp input.
Yes. So basically, we need to train them. We have to train them how to register the patients, how to update everything in the EMR, because if that is not updated, we are helpless. We can't help them. Then we have to train the nurses and paramedic staff how to take ECG, how to take blood pressure, how to take simple measurements, how to take proper history, because if we are not able to take proper history, we will not be able to come to a proper diagnosis. So we have to spend more time in training nurses and paramedics with technology.
Yeah, great. So training modules, we just keep on doing it.
In one line, I will add here. This is a continuous process of upskilling that for the backbone which they are supporting us. So that continuous upskilling will helpful in such cases. So this is continuous, but just I will highlight.
So interactive panel discussion is always very interesting, but we still have to respect the time. So now next few slides, as far as the advancement in telemedicine, that is tele-ICU. So how does it work? So it's like the entire chain, right from the patient entry, admission, ICU, command center, continuous monitoring by the doctors at the command center, and the continuous assessment. So it goes on and on, right? Just like the physical ICU practice we are doing. So my couple of questions to Dr. Raj Rawal. Here comes the cost and awareness. Right, this is a very important thing to understand, and these all are the potential challenges for the tele ICU as well. So the two question is whether the it's cost effective is doable or not, and serious lack of awareness in healthcare professionals themselves. Right. So how to tide over this crisis?
So, answering the first question, I think there are so many data, or of course, it's a recent data. We don't have data from India, but the overall data is very cost effective because it is a scalable. So it really solve the problem of scarcity of professionals and trained staff. But if you look at the overall investment, I think what changes we can do, what are the challenges? So initially, the network, what the speed of the that required, when everybody don't require 100 Mbps. See, so you have to decide when what speed you require. So if your all operationals are you're happy with the 40 Mbps, that is fine. So that you can cut down the cost. I- I'm discussing from our own experience. So these are the practical problem that how can reduce the cost even. So first, just optimize your speed of network. Second thing about your hardware, now your hardware, there are so many options are available about the cameras, about our gadgets. So that in that case, you can cut down the cost. You can have a order of all hardware for together. So that's how you can have a centralized order. Third thing, the hub and spoke model is really cost effective rather than making too many hubs. Make a hubs, and from that hubs, you operate the so many spots. So that reduce your manpower, that reduce your cost. I think there are so many other things like rather than giving all these uh, printing and everything, that cost you are already saved. And as I told you that by having uh, what do you call it, the full-time professionals, you can keep them a part-time. Even you can have a.
So it must be have a stepwise approach to
Yes,
cut down the
yes.
cost.
So I think so many things, as I told you, which is the evaluation, there are so many things that you can cut down this cost. And even though if with a 100% cost, as I told you, still it is costly. So by all these measures, you can reduce the cost. You can take all the AMCs for all this, whatever the things you have brought, right? You can have a like your data storage, other than keeping it in a in-house, you can keep on a cloud, right? That saves a huge cost, right? The data storage and that's very costly. So I think these all things can reduce your cost significantly.
And what about the awareness aspect? Because that is also seriously lacking in healthcare professionals themselves.
I think this is real challenge. So I told you, but then thanks to COVID, when everybody has understand that you have to use technology. If you don't use technology, you will be thrown. See, technology will not replace you, mind well. But then aligned with the latest technology, just vanished in 5 years, right? So as a doctor, everyone that use technology, they are the friends, make them friends, right? They cannot replace you, so not worry about that. But then we have to have this awareness that we have to use technology for a better patient care, for a better work life. See, ISRO telemedicine we're working with 500 individuals. And we could do audio, video, and all other devices have to come through the 500 individuals. So the key is to really plan your nodes effectively. Don't put in systems which needs many hundreds of megabits of bandwidth. They are available through fiber links and other means. But we should be conservative in using bandwidth. Design your nodes properly so that they are not bandwidth hogging kind of systems. Otherwise, you will always be in trouble. You will be always short on bandwidth.
Right.
And these barriers are only mental, they are not physical. You see, today, Delawalas and everybody using
Yeah.
accepting the nodes. They watch videos on YouTube. It's all mental. It's not a real. So I think
Right.
of that.
Yeah. So after all the exercise, now the biggest challenge is what about the earning, right? Because everything is not free of cost here. So yeah, telehealth insurance and billing guidelines. So the question is to Dr. Chinmay Shah, sir, limits on reimbursement from insurance companies. Quick input. Last two questions only.
So number one, government is starting government to streamline the things. Number one is IRDAI has already circulated the message that consider telemedicine consultation equal to the in-person consultation. Secondly, now government is coming up with the ABA and HPR ID. So I think how many of we have HPR ID can raise HPR ID. So we can say only 3 people are from all the ODs. So they're going to start. And the last is documentation is the key. Document each and everything, link it with the ABA and HPR ID. I think our insurance problem and this cost problem will go up. Thank you.
Right. And the last and the most important, as Shroff sir has mentioned, the biggest challenge is legal aspect. And this is open for all the analysts, whosoever wants to give your input. So how to safeguard ourselves medico-legally? That is the
already narrated very quickly. So just go through the guideline and follow that very strictly because still I feel that the guideline is not very stringent. You have to make it is more stringent. If you look at our emergency and ICU guideline, there are hardly two or three sentences so you have to make it very stringent. But at the same time, I felt that guideline is just for if you properly document it, even though there is no guideline, there are so very few cases in a cohort about telemedicine. If you properly follow the proper documentation, proper consent, and everything, normal consultation, in-person consultation. So provisions are the same. The only thing is, what happens is suppose teleconsultation is being given to Chennai from Ahmedabad and somebody suffers. So where it would case be? Will the doctor be running to Chennai from Ahmedabad all the time? Or the patient has to come to Ahmedabad to file complaint? I mean, these are the kind of things which are being worked on. And I think win-win situation is going to be created. But Dr. doctors need not be unnecessarily scared. It's the same things apply here as to normal in consultation.
So the biggest thing take home from Durandar himself, themselves, that doctors need not to be scared, right? So that is the biggest take home message. So these all are the legal aspects and legislations. We'll not go in detail now. So now the epilogue, the take home message, the conclusion is that despite these challenges, telemedicine has the potential to significantly improve healthcare access in India, especially for those in rural and underserved areas. Addressing the legal, ethical, practical issues is essential for the successful implementation and growth of telemedicine services in the country. And with a robust regulatory framework and enhancing communication technologies, India can harness the full potential of telemedicine to transform its healthcare landscape. So we all are proud Indian and we are here to stay and here to progress as far as telemedicine in India is concerned. So through telemedicine to cover the last person is the way forward in country like us. These all are the benefits of telemedicine for doctors: better engagement, added revenue stream, telehealth cuts down on readmissions from hospitals, work-life balance, reduced overinflated cost, and advanced and more profitable business model. And on other side, these all are the benefits of telemedicine for patients, right? No need to take time off work, saves time and money as well, hassle-free treatment, easier to take medicine, and this all EMR for the saving and all. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, our honorable speaker and esteemed panelist. Thank you. Please take your seat. Now, I would like to invite for the next lecture, that is ABHA implementation as digital health mission. For that, I would like to invite for chair to hold the chair, Dr. Pragnesh Vacharajani sir and Dr. Neelam Patel. And Dr. Pragnesh Vacharajani sir and Dr. Ajay Parekh. And to give the insight about ABHA implementation in Bharat in digital health mission, I would like to invite Dr. Bhrugraj Trivedi sir as a speaker.
Good morning, all. Next, blockbuster November. So we talk about EVDM, which is going to change the way the hospitals deal with the patients. The data is shared across the various platforms, and of course, Nandi Babu, the case will be processed in the future. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Pramesh. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm very thankful to the TSI Gujarat chapter. Rawal Saab, I would have missed a lot if I have not attended the session in person. So thank you for inviting ABDM Gujarat for the session. Just a minute, I forgot the cheat to have with me. In the T20 era, Dr. Dave was wonderful. The opening was tremendous as the last World Cup. So as Sanju Samson and Abhishek did, Dr. Dave set the pace with the Durandars, and I would try to match the momentum as the one down batsman did, not at the second and third batsman. Gee, sir. So majority of my points are covered in the previous discussions. It was well thought and curated sequence of sessions, I would say. It started with the challenges of the telemedicine, that what are the constraints or difficulties that we face. And many points covered or emphasized was on the data. As Dr. Kumar talked about the data, we talked about the consent as well. What a valid point.
Generally, we don't listen or we don't get that sort of point. But wonderful brainstorming. Thank you for setting the pace. So when we talk about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, uh, let us talk about the background or the motivation that we receive. Honorable Prime Minister, when he was our Chief Minister, since then he was encouraging all of us in the government uh, background to use the technology for betterment of citizens, to provide citizen-centric services with transparency, with efficiency, from ration to prashasan, bringing the technology in the government for it. And investment in education or expenditure in education or in healthcare, it's an investment. It's not an expenditure. Reform, perform, and transform. These are the three mantras which are given to us to deliver the citizen-centric services. So when we talk about the digital aspects, we talk about Digital India, Aadhaar. We all are aware with the digital uh, benefits, DBT schemes that we can tap the user uniquely, we can transfer the money to their respective accounts, and the use of UPI. Many of you coming to this location prior to that had been to any nukkad or a cup of tea or other local purchase. Hardly we use the physical currency. We generally use the mobile, the Google Pay or Phone Pay, any UPI. We just scan the QR code and transfer the money. So that is the beauty of technology. We can do the transfer with help of technology. This is your comfortable issues. Okay. So that's based on the latest technologies, evolution in the technology. Then comes the base of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. When we talk about digital aspects, digital domain, we face two value propositions. We talk about the digital data bank, the data pool, data lake, so many words that you may have heard of. And another point is of privacy, which was rightly discussed during the previous discussion. With digital domain, the privacy, we talk about the individual privacy, the security of the data of patients, the interaction between the doctor and the patient, data protection, data security. And on the other hand, we have the benefits of huge pool of data, anonymized digital data bank, based on which we can frame the policies, we can take the decisions, or say, for example, we can train our algorithms, we can train our models for AI. With the value propositions, the building blocks on which we can address or we can adopt various technologies, including telemedicine, is the GEM Trinity: Jandan, Aadhaar, and mobile. Few years back, when UPI was introduced, people mocked about the concept, the success of UPI. But you see the transformation. When the digital health mission was launched, it was no different. But from zero digitized citizen in health domain to almost 50-55% citizens covered in span of 5 years overall in the country, and more than 70% citizens covered in Gujarat, says the different thing. The people are more adaptive, open to technologies. because it is one of the open towards the technology. And this GEM Trinity and other policies from government largely focuses on citizen-centric approach. When we talk about Ayushman Bharat umbrella has 4 components. It starts with preventive measures, talks about the Ayushman Arogya Mandir, which focuses on the wellness of the citizen. If the patient needs secondary or tertiary treatment, we have Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and to equip the primary and secondary and tertiary facilities, to equip with digital equipments, so on and so forth, we have Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission to keep these facilities well equipped. And you must have used various portals, various applications to key in to feed the data. You may be keying in same data across various applications. So to bring all the applications, all portals, all stakeholders on the same platform, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission was launched. It's like a fine thread connecting all these pearls, which is creating the backbone for entire digital sector for healthcare. So when we talk about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, it has 5 components or 5 building blocks. It starts with Ayushman Bharat Health Account, ABHA. How many of you are aware about ABHA? Just can raise your hand. It's encouraging. So you can generate your ABHA with help of Aadhaar or driving license. It's very easy. You can link your health records, EMR with ABHA, and same may be available at the time of teleconsultation, the data which was talked in the previous session. And the quality of EMR, quality of data will help at the time of clinical assessment, isn't it? The next building block is health facility registry and healthcare professional registry. So one need to register with these registries to get the benefits of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. It's like your user credentials. Any application, whether from the government sector or from private practitioners, it has to be ABDM enabled to access the overall EMRs generated linked with ABHA. And to access this ABHA, to exchange the data among the systems, you must have the valid HFR ID, Health Facility Registration ID, and Healthcare Professional Registration ID. Any modern medicine doctors, Ayush practitioners, qualified nurse, they can apply in HPR. So is the physiotherapist, dentist. The next is mobile application. You have generated your ABHA, you have linked your health records with ABHA. Healthcare professionals have registered themselves in HPR and HFR. But how to make the data available, EMR available among the stakeholders? You need some platform. The mobile application provides you such platform. And in the current era, if you have everything available on website, but not on mobile application, you will lose the momentum, isn't it? So mobile application available both on Android and Apple. Application provided by Government of India called ABHA, Personal Health Record, PHR app. But there are many private parties as well, private developers as well. They have also come up with their PHR apps. So this is one of the beauty of ABDM framework, where Government of India creates the framework and encourages private participation as well. And last but not the least, the key component is UHI, Unified Health Interface, which enables the data exchange among the institutes. A citizen coming for a clinical assessment at a village having prescription jotted down at that location, comes to a tehsil place or a district place, have some lab reports done, and comes to a super specialty hospital in Ahmedabad or Baroda in Surat. So entire journey may be captured with Abha and same may be shared at different location with help of UHI, Unified Health Interface. And this exchange of data takes place with the consent of citizen. As it was rightly discussed in the previous session, the exchange of data happens only when we talk about telemedicine, for exchange of data, usage of data, HPR and HFR are must. So my sincere request to all of you, please get yourself registered with ABDM. It's very easy. And time and time we are appreciated by the topmost authorities. It is of course monitored from the PM's office, as it is PM's is one of the most ambitious project to link entire healthcare sector. So Aadhaar generation is very easy. You can scan the QR code and follow the steps. It's very easy. If you have Aadhaar, you need to visit Aadhaar page in ABDM, select the Aadhaar option, key in your Aadhaar number. It will send you an OTP for authentication and your Aadhaar is generated. It's very easy, takes lesser time than what I have just narrated. Many of you must be using WhatsApp, isn't it? Almost 99.99%, no exceptional case. Aadhaar generation is also available on WhatsApp as well. Gujarat is the first state to offer Aadhaar generation services through WhatsApp. The number is mentioned below. We'll share it. So it's very easy. We are using chatbot in various applications. Say, for example, if you are having banking application, or if you are having insurance, or say car servicing, we are supported by chatbots. It is very similar like that. So what is the use of Aadhaar? You can link your health records, digital health records, and same may be shared with the consent of the citizen. It's very easy to sign up, takes less than 30 seconds to register to create your Aadhaar. As of now, it is volunteer. You can opt in at any time, you can opt out at any time. Gradually, government is coming up with various rules, regulations where it may be voluntary, but you need to get your Aadhaar done. Say, for example, you want to have your Mediclaim. So you need to link your health records with Aadhaar, which may be shared with the insurance company. You may be offered some discount over there. So these may be various scenarios. Just to give an example like that, it is made mandatory by National Health Authority for PMJY empaneled hospitals to have ABDM enabled solutions from 1st March this month. So gradually, it is heading towards that direction where ABDM may be made compulsory. It's very easy to remember. And even if we forget our Aadhaar number, it is side effect of digitization. Earlier, when we had landlines, we had n number of phone numbers by heart. Kakana, mamana, masina, fuana, faina, faibandustarona. But in this time, if we ask that how many numbers you have by heart, we may have very, very few, less than 5. That is side effect of technology. But no worries, if you forget your Aadhaar number, you can still retrieve it with your Aadhaar number or registered mobile number. And the most important part, it is consent-based access. Unless and until citizen gives the consent, the data is not shared with anyone. And even the federal agencies, central or state governments, they are not having any data pertaining to the patients. So what may be considered as health record type? That should be a question. So OP consultation, diagnostic report, discharge summary, prescriptions, immunization report, health document, wellness records, all may be treated as health record type. And the tabular format that you see, these are the applications in government setup where we can link our health records. So it's very easy for the private HMIs as well. You will have a breach code which may be linked with the HFR, health facility, and you can start linking the health records with the Aadhaar. So if you have registered in health facility registry HFR, this is the dashboard screen. And you have three options. You can add the healthcare professionals working in your institute. You can link the software that you are using at your institute. You may have more than one application running at your institute. And the third point is incentive, digital health incentive scheme offered by Government of India, National Health Authority. You just need to key in the breach code and it will fetch the name of that application. So how actually Aadhaar works? And hypothetical case, there is a user or patient called Rani Devi, visits various institutes, doctors. So gradually the longitudinal health records are linked with Aadhaar. And when the patient goes to various doctors or facilities, the health records linked with the Aadhaar is shared, of course, with the consent of the citizen. Repetitively, I am using the word consent so that the doubt that we are having that if I link the health records with Aadhaar, whether the health records will be available all over the world. That is not the case. Security, confidentiality are one of the basic principles adopted in the design itself. When we talk about healthcare professional registry, it is very easy. It also starts with Aadhaar. You just need to visit the HPR section of ABDM. You need to key in your Aadhaar. HP ID is generated. I would like to draw your attention. Generating of HP ID is not completion of your HPR application. This is the first step. Then you need to key in your academic details, your council registration details. The third step is your work profile detail. The next step, it shows you the preview of your application. If you don't want to give your personal details such as your photograph or mobile number in public domain, you just untick that checkbox and those details will not be shared in public domain. Once you submit the application, a notification will be displayed on your screen. Notification will be sent on your registered mobile number as well as on your registered email ID as well. And the application will be sent to respective councils for verification. Your details will be verified with the data available in respective councils. For government employees, it will go to the nominated officers in the government hierarchy. And for the private practitioners, it will be verified by the respective councils. Now we talked about the theories of ABDM. But friends, this is not stories or just theories. The QR code that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, you can scan the QR code and get the OPD token. If you visit the government facilities, civil hospitals, medical colleges, district and sub-district hospitals, generally we can see the long queues to get the OPD token.
Sir, we have only five.
Okay, sir. So we don't need to stand in the queue. We can just get the QR code scanned and we can get the token number. The right-hand side is the prescription generated from the teleconsultation. We volunteered in one of the e-Sanjeevani session, me and Dr. Parekh, and this is generated from e-Sanjeevani platform itself. The central rectangle shows the PHR app. It is very easy. You can share the health records with doctors. You can give the consent to health facilities. And by mistake, if you have shared a consent to a wrong person, you can always withdraw the consent. And what are the reasons for the success of ABDM so far? Government acts as an ecosystem builder. We just provide the framework. We encourage private parties, private entities to participate. A huge pool of stakeholders. We advocate for open source technology, standardization, integration, inclusive design, involving everyone, all stakeholders. Trust and privacy measures, one of the key concerns in first session as well. You must have heard about the DPDP Act, Data Protection and Data Privacy Act. It is also legal now, an act. It is supported with DPDP Act. The benefits with help of ABDM in teleconsultation, easy accessibility, no long queues, entire process is paperless, and integration with various systems and institutes. The data available on ABDM platform are verified, be it the health facilities or healthcare professionals. Hassle-free appointment process, you can take the appointments from PHR app, from applications. Long queues may be avoided, reduced turnaround time, paperless reporting, data available at fingertip, safe and secure sharing of data, and with all this, ease of doing business, reducing the overall expenditure. One of the interesting topic I have kept at last is incentive. Government of India is giving incentive for health record linkage. 20 rupees per health record linkage and 10 rupees for usage of that record. Something like royalty, 30 rupees. And one can get up to 4 crore. Now it is extended to 5 crore. You can claim. So this is one of the steps introduced by Government of India. The challenges which was discussed. So DHIS is one of the key enablers for acceptance of ABDM. So I hope I could address some of the challenges or constraints discussed in the previous session. Availability of data, the consent, data privacy, the medical history, proper prescriptions to patient. You can link with Aadhaar, which may be available to patient in the PHR app. And of course, ABDM will work as a backbone to the entire teleconsultation. With all, once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting ABDM Gujarat to this workshop. The floor is open if you have any queries. Sir, more than 24,000 are approved, more than 45,000 are in pipeline. They have registered, more than 45,000 have registered. Hospitals, more than 18,000, sir. Almost 100% PMJY empaneled hospitals in Gujarat, they have registered. Of course, 100% government hospitals are empaneled, are registered with ABDM. Many private and trust hospitals are also registered, sir.
service providers.
Service providers means more than 35 private parties are also registered so far, and it is increasing day by day. So there are multiple sections. The full HMIS provider are also there. EHRFs are also there. So as the lab integrated softwares, LMIS are also available. Yes, there is ABDM standardized process. So if you want to get a certificate or ABDM enabled HMIS, you need to go through the sandbox process. It's a comprehensive use cases which needs to be uh, satisfied of data, so on and so forth. It takes 3 to 6 months to get through the entire sandbox process.
There is the problem of complying with this. So there are 4 or 5 registered some agencies where they can incorporate your software with this particular ecosystem. But it seems like that whatever the software you are using in your institute, those people, it's very difficult for them to comply with this. So there are now new software which has come out, so you might have to change the whole software just as to get compliance with this. So it's a very difficult and very complicated procedures. But one of them, LS got company in Ahmedabad, is having a very good sort of facility for this. So we can contact them and can get our software in compliance with this our system.
Thank you, sir, for your input. I differ a bit from this. There were 3 or 4 existing HMIS players who are catering to large number of hospitals in Gujarat, and they have registered with ABDM, and successfully they are now on board with ABDM. One of the major player in southern Gujarat, which caters to more than 100 hospitals, they are on board now. Then one of the HMS player in Ahmedabad itself. Uh, Earlier they were not ABDM compliant, but they have also they are on board. So it is on the technology strength that they have, bandwidth that they have on board, and the maturity of their application. If application is scalable, it is not that difficult. But if application is based on older technology, then of course it is a bit difficult to upgrade. That you are absolutely right, sir. And I'm very glad that I'm accompanied by Dr. Parekh and Dr. Pragnesh. I'm using first name because he is one of our early supporters. Uh, we have uh, we have got very good support from Dr. Vashrajani and his entire team. Dr. Parekh is our state nodal officer for teleconsultation, and we have been a part of many team to visit various districts, various states to understand and implement the telemedicine and e-Sanjeevani. Thank you once again, organizers, for giving us an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Just to introduce Dr. Pragata Trivedi, he is head of ABDM IT, Ayushman Digital Mission. We really are thankful to you, sir. And of course, we are thankful to Dr. Ajay Parekh, sir, who is a state nodal officer, telemedicine, and Dr. Pragnesh Vacharajani, who is an esteemed physician. Dr. Vacharajani is senior family physician and health tech enthusiastic, and he's based at Ahmedabad with 30 years of practice. And he is widely recognized as initiating technology via primary healthcare. And he is also key member of AHPM, and he is a founder of ITCOM. And clinical interests include lifestyle diseases, diabetes, and gastrointestinal diseases. And he continues to advocate to use the AI and digital in strengthening primary core system. So we are very much thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much. And I request you to please take your seat. So now we move on to the next part. Before beginning that, I would request 2 things to all the guests over here, that the kit is available at reception desk, and those who have not taken the kit, they can take it during the lunch session and the post-lunch session as well. And second thing is the tea and coffee session. As per se, we are not keeping break, but we will be continuing with the lecture series. And in between, but tea and coffee and the snack session is going on throughout the first half of this particular seminar. So I request you to take the benefit of it as and when the lectures are going on.
Hello. So we have a wonderful stalwarts lecturers over here. Swab sir is of course our president TSI. He was such a able to serve. So many like speakers are there. So just take out and speak over here for us.
Now we begin our next session that is on digital health, law, ethics, and responsible innovation. So for that, I would like to invite the speaker, Dr. Sunil Shroff sir. Sunil Shroff sir is a senior consultant, urologist, and transplant surgeon, and he is from Madras Medical Mission Hospital, Chennai, and MGM Healthcare, Chennai. He is a visiting professor of AIMS Rishikesh, and he is a former professor head of Department of Urology and Renal Transplantation. And he is also associated with Sri Ramchandra Medical College Hospital. And his affiliation and professional relationships are in, he is managing trustee of Mohan Foundation, Asia Counselor, International Society of Organ Donation and Procurement, and he's an Asia Counselor of Commonwealth Tribute to Life. He's a president of Tele-Medicine Society of India at present. He's a post-president, he's the past president of Indian Society of Organ Transplantation, also the past president of Nephrology, Urology and Transplantation Society of SAARC, and past president of Tamil Nadu chapter of Tele-Medicine Society of India. And sir, I would really welcome you for to say about digital health on law, ethics, and responsible innovation, sir. Please, I really welcome. And along with that, I would like to invite Shri Virendra Kumar sir to chair and to chair the session, along with Dr. Gopal Shah sir. Virendra Kumar sir is also Director of Development and Educational Communication Unit (DECU), and he served this leadership role in 2015 to 2021. And during his tenure, he received multiple ISRO Team Excellence Awards. And along with Dr. Gopal sir, he is a highly experienced neurosurgeon based at Ahmedabad, and he is widely recognized in expertise in managing complex neurological. Please. Just one second, sir.
Thank you. Thank you again for inviting me here, and with permission of the chair, I will proceed. I just wanted to ask, how many are doctors in this audience? Okay, rest of you are obviously in telemedicine, in some capacity, trying to help this ecosystem grow. So thank you very much for being here. I have no financial disclosures as such. Let's move forward. How does it move?
So,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
right.
the
This
screen
better.
changer.
Yeah, that's right. That's great. Just the one.
Up, no,
Yeah,
upside is
yeah.
going.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Shah.
Yes, sir.
Before we start, let me mention at the outset that Telemedicine Society of India has number of stalwarts who have devoted lifetime towards this particular field. And Dr. Shah happens to be one of the main stalwarts of the field. And he has spent a lot of time, energy, and actually personal time towards this activity. And we are indeed honored to have him amongst us. Continue.
Thank you, sir. My membership number is LM003. So yes, I have been around for a long time. In fact, when we did the conference in 2000, the year 2000, which is at that time, Telemedicine Society was just being formed. We had another society called Medical Computer Society of India. And that's where ISRO actually got introduced to telemedicine. Not many people are aware of that. And there was a company called Televital, which was part of the initial ISRO projects. And after that, ISRO took off in telemedicine. And this was happening in Ramachandra. I was the professor, there at that time. But that's history, of course. I'm very, as I said, enthused coming to Gujarat because Gujarat is indeed a leader in many spaces in the country. And as you said, even the space medicine started with Gujarat, with Vikram Sarabhai. Obviously, we know that. So I want to request many of you to become, who are here to become members of Telemedicine Society of India to keep updated with technology. It's very important to have a strong society. And today, I think Tamil Nadu has over 100 members. I hope Gujarat can have more than 200 members as we go forward. So that's my appeal to all of you who are in this room. Do support telemedicine because that's the way forward. And that's the vision of our Prime Minister as well. So I want to tell you that how, telemedicine has been a very evolving space. And if you see the terminology itself, telemedicine, then it gives telehealth, and now we talk of digital health. So the word medicine was replaced by health, and the word tele itself was replaced by digital. And what does it mean? Why did it happen? So telemedicine was basically where a doctor not meet a patient and a patient cannot meet a doctor, and technology made them meet. And that's how telemedicine came up. And the first telemedicine consultation was way back, not in 1900 or something. When the Alexander Bell invented the telephone, that's when telemedicine started. There's an article in Lancet in 1887 where we talk about telemedicine. The commonest advice a doctor gives on a telephone is also telemedicine. Doctor, I have a headache. What do I do? Pop in a pill of paracetamol or whatever. So that's how telemedicine has been around for a very long time. We had, marine telemedicine, we had radio telemedicine, now we have video telemedicine. So it has evolved, the space has evolved. But then it so happened that, the word medicine had to be replaced by health because a lot of, education started happening, a lot of non-clinical work started happening in telemedicine area. And it was felt that medicine was too restricted in term. And so it was just not about consultation, but also about research, about education. And so the term health came on. And then came internet, then came artificial intelligence, wearables. So then it was felt it's not just tele. So the word tele was replaced and digital was put in. So now we talk about digital health. But Telemedicine Society came up in 2000. At that time, digital health didn't exist. And that's why we call Telemedicine Society of India, but our conferences are called digital health. COVID obviously was a game changer. With this COVID, telemedicine got adopted in this country. We got a legal framework, and it was definitely a game changer because patients started accepting telemedicine in the form of consultation, and that was very important. And a lot of things evolved very fast, including our telemedicine practice guidelines, which were the good thing is the telemedicine guidelines came up very fast. On 20, the pandemic was declared, I think, on 19th of March. On 24th of March, the government of India came with telemedicine guidelines to take care of this pandemic. And these guidelines got gazetted in May very quickly. So the government of India really moved fast. And today we do have a proper guidelines to practice safe telemedicine. If you look at the journey of a patient today, it starts with going to Google and searching for a doctor. Invariably, everybody does that. And that's how the journey of a patient starts when they look for care, when they look for doctors. And then they make a physical or a teleconsultation appointment. And then they go and see the doctor, either on teleconsultation or physical. And then they get investigation, medication till they go back to the doctor and treatment starts. And then today we have also a personalized care by which you can take care of your health online through certain portals where you get, customized health information to your condition. And till you go back to the doctor, that's the space which keeps you connected. So the journey of the patient has definitely changed with advent of technology. So I'm going to talk to you on areas which are maybe, which is a little serious, But at the same time, don't get too, worried, because as I said, we did over 1 million consultations. The highest number of teleconsultations were done in the world in India. And, we didn't have any legal problems, very few here and there, which were again, out of, I'll show you some of the problems which we had, but nothing significant really. And remember, it is inpatient care which results in a lot of those, litigations. Outpatient care clearly, results in litigation. Remember that. So I'm going to address the laws and regulations that apply to telemedicine. So I'm just going to enlarge on what was discussed earlier on challenges of telemedicine. And then I'm going to speak to you about the ethical and legal challenges when you apply these laws, and what is responsible innovation with the advent of AI today. So these are the three areas I'm going to cover in the next 15, 20 minutes. So let us look at the laws and regulations that apply to telemedicine. Let's first look at the purpose of the telemedicine practice guidelines. These guidelines are practical advice to practice safe telemedicine. Remember, that's the most important. The word safe is very important here. And it is use of telemedicine as part of normal practice. So it gives just practical advice to doctors how to do telemedicine consultation. And this, it also gives you regulations for patients and providers to practice telemedicine anywhere in the country. So you could be in Chennai and your patient could be in Ahmedabad and you can still do teleconsultation, and that is allowed. You don't have to register separately in the state of Gujarat to do telemedicine from Chennai or vice versa. It does not replace traditional care delivery, but it is an enabler of your practice. It does not apply to all forms of practice. So you can't do acute care. You can't do telesurgeries. Some of these telesurgeries are being done, but they are not allowed. They are not legal. And people are not aware of it. It does not allow for provision of practice for cross-national. That is, you can't do teleconsultations. You're in India and you can't do teleconsultations for patients in the US. It's not covered under these guidelines. But if you want to do it, you can do it at your own risk. Remember that. It does not apply for remote surgical procedures, as I said, or medical research. So all these telesurgeries which are being done are not legal as per the guidelines. So what are the laws that apply to telemedicine practice guidelines? That's so-called TPG. The Telemedicine Practice Guidelines, short is TPG. There's an Indian Medical Council Act called Professional Conduct, Etiquette and Ethics Act. And in that, the telemedicine guidelines have been incorporated. This act was passed in the year 2002. And then there are other acts, the Drug and Cosmetic Act, the Clinical Establishment Act, the Information Technology Act, and the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. The DPDP is a recent act, which again applies to our telemedicine practice guidelines. So we need to work around these acts, So there are, since, there's a doctor and there is a technology, so you'll apply the laws in health and then you'll apply laws in technology. And there are other laws in the country as well, which applies to everybody. The e-pharmacy, selling of drugs online, the aggregators, 1mgs, NetMeds, they don't have any legal standing in the country. We still are waiting for a proper framework for them. Just remember that, as doctors. And then there are some of these charges which can be applied to doctors as well, just like general public. The Section 336 of the IPC, endangering life or personal safety, 337 or 338, causing hurt or grievous injury, endangering life, and the most dreaded Section 304A of IPC, death of negligence. This is the worst which can happen. Thank God it doesn't happen very often. So these also will apply to doctors. Just be aware of this. I'm only trying to create awareness, nothing else on this. I'm not trying to frighten you. But practice safe telemedicine is what I'm trying to tell you. And there are certain gray areas which I'm going to cover, not very many, but certain gray areas which I'm going to illustrate through my talk. How long should you preserve your documents? See, we have been doing, as Telemedicine Society of India, we have been doing telemedicine courses since COVID. And we must have trained more than 30,000 doctors online. And in those courses, these are the common questions which keep coming up to us. How long should you preserve the documents? after teleconsultation. What constitutes standard of care? Telemedicine guidelines talks about standard of care. Have we defined standard of care? What it constitutes? And what constitutes misconduct under the telemedicine? So, I don't know how many of you as doctors have gone through this Professional Conduct Etiquette and Ethics Act of 2002, which has 8 chapters. It's a busy slide. Don't worry, I'm not going to go each chapter, but I'm going to talk about chapters where telemedicine matters, where it is connected to these kind of chapters. The first chapter is duty of responsibility of physician in general. It's your code of conduct, actually. Code of ethics. That's the first chapter. The second chapter is on duties of physician to the patients. The third is duties of physician in consultation. And then there is responsibility of physician to each other, and the duties of physician to public and paramedical. And then chapter 6 is about unethical acts, again, which is connected to telemedicine. And chapter 7 is misconduct. And then punishment. So these are 8 chapters. If you're not gone through these, do go through them. It is available online. And there is some amendment going on in these regulations as well. And that's going to happen soon. So how long should we preserve the record? The telemedicine guidelines says it is incumbent on the RMP to maintain following records and hard copy of the documents for the period as prescribed from time to time. So you need to maintain this record for 3 years from last consultation. And you have to, when somebody comes for teleconsultation in a clinic, as you said, it's an implied consent. So you write it in a register that ABC came for consultation on the 3rd of March at this time. And that log has to be kept, nothing else. You don't have to, keep any consent when a patient comes to you. Implied consent, but there's an explicit consent. It's different when a caregiver comes to you. That consent has to be preserved separately. So you need to keep log or record of telemedicine interaction, be it phone, email, or video. Those logs need to be preserved. Hard copy of patient record reports, documents, certificates, images, diagnostics should be kept, and prescriptions should be kept. And this should be kept for 3 years, unless it's a medical legal case. If it's a medical legal case, the preservation has to be for 10 years. Which images or video recording you need to keep? You don't need to keep the whole video recording of teleconsultation. Otherwise, your files become very heavy. You can keep a X-ray image if you want. You can keep a skin lesion image if you want. Be careful when you have problems on private parts. You should not be careful when you take those images. And a psychiatrist can take a video evidence of, let's say there's a seizure. When you're doing teleconsultation, there's a seizure or abnormal behavior. That can be recorded by psychiatrists as a proof. But you must always take consent from the patient when you're recording. That's very important. What about privacy and confidentiality breach? Video consultation is not 100% private. This is where we have the problem. Invariably, there is somebody else in the room. There could be a technician. There could be a third party who's, has access to those videos. So this is where we have some problem which we need to resolve. Both doctors and technicians, as I said, usually, in many instances, and also sometimes, on the other side, you'll have a caregiver, or you'll have somebody else accompanying. Most of my patients, when I do teleconsultations, if there's a woman, there'll be that, somebody else with the woman. If there's an elderly person, it'll be the son or the daughter talking about the patient. The patient seldom talks. So confidentiality within the patient, is breached because there's a third person and everything cannot be kept private. And teleconsultation also leave electronic footprint, which are prone to obviously issues of data security and privacy and confidentiality. And these guidelines say that the RMP should ensure reasonable degree of care to be undertaken when having such services. So it doesn't kind of say that this is illegal if you have another person, but they say that take reasonable care. So this is, still a little gray area. Then again, the patient's confidentiality, you are, as a doctor, you should be very careful that in medical attendance, you should never reveal what transpired between you and the patient. It should not be revealed as far as the law is concerned. Now let's take the example of prescriptions, especially e-prescriptions. Now, what does this law says, the Tele-Medicine law says? The RMP, that is the registered medical practitioner, shall provide photo, scan, or digital copy of a signed prescription or e-prescription to the patient via email or any messaging platform. A sample format of the prescription will be available on Ministry's website. So you can send the e-prescription, and they have given a format of the e-prescription, and I'll show you that. What does the format say? The format of the prescription says doctor's name, qualification, registration number, all that is fine, contact details is fine. But after that, what does it say? It asks for the name of the patient, his address, height, weight, gender, and so on, where applicable. And then it goes on to ask for chief complaint, diagnosis, provisional diagnosis. Why should a pharmacist know about the provisional diagnosis of a patient? The patient may have HIV, and you write HIV. Patient may be have schizophrenia. When you write that, why should the pharmacist know that? So the very basis, the way they have designed this e-prescription is is a breach, and that needs to be corrected in future guidelines. How much should you charge? It keeps coming up again. So it clearly says that your fee or reimbursement is allowed, like in-person consultation, but you have to give a receipt or an invoice. That's very important. That's what they ask. If you're charging 1,000 rupees, give an invoice of 1,000 rupees. For teleconsultation, you should not charge 10,000 rupees. Charge as much as you charge normally. You can increase it by 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, but not exorbitantly. That's what the guidelines say. So, early on, I'll show you what happened. But you need to announce your fees in advance when you do teleconsultation that I'm going to charge so much. You can give it on your portal if you want. I'm not sure if the government doctors can charge teleconsultation. I'm not clear about that. So a pediatrician, when teleconsultation started, a pediatrician announced his fees that you charge 400 rupees for routine care and 800 rupees for emergency care. And this is a real case. And it so happened, FIR was filed against him by somebody because he charged 800 rupees, and it was felt that he charged too much. But again, this was a political stunt by somebody trying to some personal rivalry was there, so an FIR was filed. That FIR didn't actually stand a ground, and it was squashed later on. But these things can happen. What about emergency consultations? What's the duty of a doctor for teleconsultation? Yeah. Normally, if there is an emergency consultation, I know our Christian Kumar is going to cover all this, so I'm not going to go into detail on that. But let's say somebody is bleeding, so you can put a tourniquet and tell them to go to and take an advice, go to the nearest hospital or doctor. But what happens if there's an attempted suicide or a homicide going on in a teleconsultation? What do you do? So these questions crop up sometimes when we take our courses, and that's why I thought I'll bring it to you. It can happen to anybody. It may happen once in a lifetime, but when it happens, you're caught unguarded. So what do you do in that situation? So it was your responsibility to inform the local police or an ambulance service when something like this is happening to save a patient's life. Okay. There are certain unethical acts which this telemedicine practice guidelines talk about advertising, about rebates and commissions, and so on. And this is actually defined even in our Etiquette Act. What is advertisement? Advertisement generally has three components. One first component is to inform, and this is allowed. To persuade, this is not allowed. I am the best doctor in the world. Come to me. A very crude form of persuasion, but that is not allowed. And to remind, that is allowed. Like appointments. You have an appointment with me at 11 o'clock. That's allowed. So these three components of advertising, persuasion is not allowed, but to inform and remind is allowed. The telemedicine practice guidelines says that you should not advertise, but it doesn't necessarily go into great detail. So this is what it says. A medical practitioner is permitted to make a formal announcement in the press regarding some matters related to his practice, they can write on the letterheads or third-party website that they are available for teleconsultation as well as physical consultation. Soliciting patient directly or indirectly by physician, by a group of physicians or institution or organizations, anything. You can't solicit patients for teleconsultation. So that's what TPG says, do not solicit patients. So this is, let's say, I'm providing information. I don't know if you can see this is a Google page, and many of you may have this Google profile. And I have a profile which will say Dr. Suresh Rao, and then it has captured some pictures, which it should not do without permission. It has captured. That's okay. I can't do anything about it. And then there is, urologist in Chennai. My address is available, and then my hours of clinic is available, and my appointment time is available. So this is allowed. So as far as I'm concerned, I have given information which is allowed. Always have, if you're doing teleconsultation, always have a different number than your own personal number for teleconsultation. This is another advice I have. Again, many you see in the press, many photographs, many articles of doctors, these are all gray areas. As per the NMC guidelines, these are not legal. You are advertising. Like it could say you write article on diabetes ending saying that all my patients have a good sugar control. I will provide special discount for online teleconsultations. All these are other stuff. You should not be doing that. We're talking today about diabetes reversal rather than diabetes remission. You cannot reverse diabetes. You can only do remission. And these claims of reversal of diabetes is false. So this should not be done. And we are blatantly doing it today because private medicine is booming today in this country. And we are blatantly advertising ourselves in press, on television. And NMC guidelines tells you not to do that. So what is allowed? Starting practice, you can announce that, change of interest, change of type of practice, absence of duty, resumption of another practice, succeeding another practice, public declaration of charges. This is allowed. But printing photographs, material, publicity, all these things are not allowed. And do not advertise, blatantly. You should not misuse patients' images, especially private sensitive images. Then again, there is privacy and confidentiality, which, as I said earlier, and this is one, again, when Rajasthan Hospital got in trouble, but the WhatsApp chat of doctors went viral on social media. So don't put your chats or your stuff on social media. Be careful. Prescription of medication, doctor, again, Krishna will be talking about it. There's a list O, list A, list, all those medicines are there. What I want to show you is in the medication, it says follow-up medication for chronic illness or refill, such as medication, hypertension, diabetes, asthma, etc. Now, what does it mean by etc.? Of course, Schedule X drugs are not allowed. So this needs to be better defined. Interpretation of the word etc. could be injection, it could be some other tablet. That ambiguity should not be there, and that's there in the telemedicine practice guideline. And there should be something in the Drug and Cosmetic Act also about telemedicine, which is not there. In fact, the guidelines say that the categories of medicine which is given in telemedicine guidelines will be updated from time to time. The guidelines was passed in 2020. The updation has still not happened. Misconduct. WHO report says that 57% of practicing allopathic doctors in India are not qualified, which means indirectly they're quacks. So in this our guidelines, it says that when you do telemedicine consultation, you should show your registration number at the back. Your name, your registration number should be at the back, hanging there. And we should not participate in ratings by patients. That should not be allowed in telemedicine practice guidelines. And Google gives those ratings. You saw my ratings, 5-star rating in my profile. That's not allowed. But Google does that. You can't prevent it. So this is briefly the misconduct from RFP, who insists on telemedicine when the patient is willing to travel, using patient's images without consent, using telemedicine to prescribe drugs which are on prohibited list, drugs that cause dependence and addiction, prescribe medicine without diagnosis, and soliciting patients. This is the last point I want to cover about standard of care. So the guidelines says in red I've shown you the RMP should uphold the same standard of care as in face-to-face or in-person consultation, but within intrinsic limits of telemedicine. So they have not enlarged on this. What is the limits of telemedicine? So standard of care has not been defined explicitly in these guidelines, and interpretation can be ambiguous. If something goes wrong in the court of law, the lawyer who is fighting the case against you will determine whether you're met the standard of care or not. Not and when and they can twist and turn their argument and say that you didn't follow the standard of care. And what is standard of care? If you look at standard of care, it refers to provision of service depends on experience. How much experience you have as a doctor, how frequently you do CMEs, knowledge application, and no two similar situations are alike. So standard of care for the same patient who has diabetes or ketoacidosis could be different than a patient who has diabetes with very severe ketoacidosis and who is comatose. So the standard of care will vary from case to case, and you cannot equate the same standard of care. So that means the scope of telemedicine practice guidelines needs to be better defined as far as standard of care is concerned. Last bit, another 5 minutes I'll take. AI is here. It's going to revolutionize healthcare as we already know in assisting diagnosis on cancer, stroke, sepsis, predictive analysis in ICU. You can look at a patient who enters and looking at the blood count can have a sepsis score. Then precision medicine based on genomics data is coming up, and continuous monitoring is possible using this. Now wearables are there, so that's happening. We are already using AI in radiology images, look at breast cancer, lung nodule, and so on. In pathology for the slides, we're already using AI now. In ECG interpretation, we are using AI. Diabetic retinopathy, we are using telemedicine images. AI has images to see whether these retinopathies, we are categorizing the images as graded and non-graded, which means graded are the images where there is diabetic retinopathy, non-graded are where it is not diabetic. So these areas we are already using in clinical practice. The problem is that the tools of AI are being increasingly used in healthcare, and it is, the tools are being used, but the governance and framework is not able to keep pace with the development of AI in our field. The algorithms in AI which are used can be biased, maybe non-representative. They may be from non-representative data sets. There may be over-reliance on AI without clinical validation. Patient privacy and data security concerns are there. And there's something called shadow AI tools. Have you heard of shadow AI? Anybody? No? So I'll tell you about shadow AI. What is shadow AI? Shadow AI is the use of AI tools without approval of organization, like when you're working in a hospital, yeah, and you're using AI tools. You're putting your patients, discharge summaries on, ChatGPT. That is a shadow AI happening, which means this patient's information has gone onto the cloud into the training server of ChatGPT, and it has been made universal. And you're not taking permission from your hospital. And that is shadow AI. And that's happening all the time. And that's the danger. Again, privacy, confidentiality, reach. So you have to be careful of this emerging risk. The doctors using public AI tools, nurses are using it abroad for AI transcriptions, administrators are using it for health insurance, researchers are using it in the data sets and so on. And this is shadow AI. So an organization or hospital, and that's why digital literacy is so huge in this country. Be it the patients, be it the doctors, be it the policymakers. And we're not able to keep pace with the regulations. So a hospital needs to have a policy for doctors, nurses, how much you can use AI, what AI tools can you use, are they validated, these tools, are they safe for the patient? Yes, I'm coming to that. So clinicians should remain accountable for the final decision. They should understand the bias, verify AI outputs, protect the patient data. We have the DPDP Act. the Digital Data Protection Act, so we have to work within the ambit of the act. We need to safeguard the sensitive information. Fines are very huge with DPDP. It can go up to 200 crores. Shocking, that kind of fine, and in DPDP, although DPDP doesn't mention health separately, but health is a very important component of the act. So you need to look at responsible innovations if you want to go forward. Well, artificial intelligence will transform healthcare delivery, definitely. But without governance, shadow AI, it becomes a major data protection risk. So we have to be very careful how we're going to use. We need to put those regulations in hospitals. If there is an app using your information and using AI, they need to have regulations, and that needs to be properly defined. So responsible AI governance is very important for safe delivery of healthcare to our patients, especially with health insurance will be a very big factor. A patient can be denied health insurance because they may have leaked, the data may have leaked into the health insurance company's cloud server, and they know that you are suffering from this, and they may deny you health insurance, or they may escalate your cost. That's one of the problems. So you need to have proper AI usage policy, approval of AI tool registries, data protection. You need to look at impact assessment. You need to have, if there's a vendor, then data processing agreements have to be signed with the vendor. AI audits needs to be done in the hospital time to time. And the most important is staff needs to be trained into the AI tools which are safe and which are not safe. So in future, doctors will provide clinical expertise, their touch, their empathy. AI will provide pattern recognition and data analysis. Combining human and artificial intelligence will provide good outcomes. And that way we can have a very good enabling, predictive, preventive, personalized medicine. These are the enablers of adoption of telemedicine. Brilliant and mobile 5G network, payment gateways, advent of AI, pushed by Government of India. These are all there. The DPG guidelines, ABA ID, health card, Ayushman Bharat, National Health Authority. Digital literacy is the biggest barrier. Low spend on healthcare and trust deficit in the system. We need to have amendments, certain amendments in the NMC professional guidelines. About photos, clarity on standard of care, on advertising, and so on. Unfortunately, we did have the version 2 of the guidelines passed, but it was withdrawn on 2nd of August 2023 for some reason which we can discuss perhaps later. So telemedicine does not change the ethics of medical practice, be it beneficence, non-beneficence, truthfulness, confidentiality, autonomy, or informed consent. Regulations and laws should be an enabler for telemedicine practice. Responsible AI innovation can help telemedicine provide promising alternative for supporting service and face-to-face medical practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shroff, for a wonderful talk. And you have touched clearly all aspects of telemedicine. Would you like to say something, Doctor?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening us. And the important point to mention was the NMC guidelines,
Yes.
which unfortunately I was part of a GNLE program for medical ethics and etiquette. So I wish it should be equally important for every doctor to learn about the NMC guidelines, go through everything before starting practice.
Absolutely.
So thank you for highlighting that part, which was probably not a part of basic telemedicine talk, but it was really critical part of it.
I try to mix guidelines because there are certain components which are already there for safe practice,
Right.
including telemedicine. So I thought that it'd be good for them to know.
Everybody's learn.
They need to know,
Clinicians don't.
especially advertising. Advertising is not fully covered in the telemedicine practice guidelines, but very well covered within the framework of the Etiquette Act.
There is a strong guideline about marketing on Instagram and Facebook.
Yes.
And they can be penalized. There are
Yes.
cases in Punjab and Rajasthan where the doctors have been penalized for marketing on
Yes.
Instagram and Facebook.
I tried to show one of the slides, lack of time, I couldn't show everything. But yes, obviously, yes, thank you.
Question.
If anybody wants to ask a question,
I hope I'm not scared you.
or I'll have a question for you.
Your was enlightening, sir.
I think if doctors see all these things, the overheads which they have to do for telemedicine, I think these overheads are also there in the in-person practice, but they are taken care of by the hospitals where the doctors work. Can we have an idea of a telemedicine hospital in which the doctors just do consultation and all the other overheads like storing the data and maintaining records of
So the,
have been
the
taken care of?
guidelines say that you should be available for physical consultations as well. So if the patient wants to come and see you, you should not deprive him of coming and see you. So this question has been asked to me before also. While you can have a setup where you doctors come and do telemedicine, but the access to doctors should be available. That's very important. That you said no personal touch, human touch, all that should be available to the patient. So you can't be just a telemedicine practitioner as such. You have to do both. That's why it's an enabler. It's not a replacement.
A short question, not long question. Okay.
Dermatologist,
Yes.
incredible work you're doing, I must say.
Uh, medical negligence which and disease are applicable for us, and for medical negligence because the part of malpractice. And second, for how long we need to store the video consent.
So I told you, don't store the video itself.
Okay.
Don't store the video itself.
Okay.
Just store the first image of the video when you're starting the consultation.
Okay.
Because videos are large files. So you will be like in your case, you're a dermatologist, you want to, take a picture of the lesion. So that you should preserve.
Okay.
But not the whole video consultation. Sorry if I'm not clear. That's not required. You just say that's enough. Yeah.
Chat GPT में लिखिए telemedicine guidelines.
See the
I'll come to the medical negligence question also, which you asked me. Problem with us doctors is one, we hate documentation. And that's where we fall flat. If you do proper documentation of our case summaries, we'll not likely to get into trouble. Because as doctors, if something goes wrong, it's very unfortunate. Even if I said, even if Lord Shiva comes and operates, on earth, something will go wrong. That is the way things are. The surgery risks are. So if you document a consent properly, if you document your medical negligence will be very less. That's my first advice. Problem is, also sometimes we don't say everything to the patient. After surgery key, and you remove the ovaries of a patient along with uterus, but you're not told her. I see that very often. Why have you removed ovaries? Because you want to prevent the risk of ovarian cancer in the patient. But the patient also loses her hormones, and you don't inform that patient. Hysterectomies land up in a lot of these medical legal cases. So there are these challenges where we just take it for granted. We don't inform. We don't communicate. Sometimes we are very good at surgery, but our communication skills are zero. So that's the reason why we have medical negligence. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Shroff, for a wonderful talk. And I think all the audience have enjoyed your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This one, AI, deliver or duty, has no algorithm. So, if there is something called emergence, it automatically develops the model and starts working on it. So, we have to beware of that.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Shroff sir, Virendra Kumar sir, and Gopal Shah sir. Now, let us move to the next lecture, that is data privacy and cybersecurity. And to address this lecture, I would like to welcome Mr. Dharmesh Dave sir, who is a assistant professor of School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensic, and he is having experience of more than 9 years, and he is also into AI malware and other this Android malware detection with MI. So he is actually pursuing on that research. And to along with him, I would like to invite Dr. Jawahar Jetwa sir and
So friends, what I have understood about this data privacy, what we are looking for is something like in our polytrauma patient, we go with ABCD. Similar are the courses now for the cyber security, I mean the data privacy or cyber attack on our HIMS. So what is A to be done at that instant of time? What is B? What is C? What is D? This is very interesting. And I have been instrumental in bringing such courses where one of the experts from Israel had come. And then we had a discussion, and it is now a part of a Gujarat University course which is regarding this. So it would be very interesting. Let's hear from Dharmesh Dave about data privacy and cyber security.
Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. Uh, I am the only, I believe, the odd man out from the speaker side as well as the audience side might be. I'd like to make you assure that you will not be getting bored by this particular session. Since it is not in my laptop, it requires an video call or a recording from the WebEx. So otherwise, I would have done some demonstration just for ease of understanding. However, there are a couple of videos, if permitted with the time. We'll go for that. Thank you very much. So I would also like to thank the previous speakers, Dr. Shroff and Dr. Trivedi, who have also highlighted the importance of this particular subject in their topics. When Dr. Trivedi mentioned about ABA and the ABDM, he has clearly mentioned about the government's initiatives and how they are looking upon the security related aspects. I'll be critically touching upon that further into the detailed manner. Also about the legal aspects of AI privacy and confidentiality, very beautifully covered by Dr. Shroff. We will see their technical aspects and how further it can be understood. It's good. Okay. So moving to the presentations, I have only 26 slides and mostly no text. So, and I also would like to encourage the audience to be little bit interactive because I'll be asking something to just understand your perspective and also to inquire if you would have any question. Thank you. So, most of you might be aware about the things, but since I was not aware about the level of the audience, some slides you might find that you are already aware with. So in cyber security, we know about the threats, okay, which are very much harmful and that can harm or damage your enterprise, or that can harm and damage your devices, networks, infrastructure, anything. That is the threat, what we known as. It possesses the risks, right? So we already know about the risks since all of the audience are looking care about the patient's health, so very much aware about the risk. So we call this as a cyber risk. Okay, we'll see the couple of examples that we'll understand in better way. Something which some of you might be listening for the first time in terms of cyber, which is what we know as vulnerability, which is unavoidable. Normally, I give an example to my students and to the other trainees that that starts with doctors. Now in front of the doctor, so I cannot give the same example. Okay, so I need to mold myself anyway. So the vulnerabilities are loopholes into a system. So it's something like a disease in your system that we need to find out. And it is inevitable because the computer system or any networks is created by human, and human is an imperfect creature. So as the creation of the human also have to be not perfect. So any system can be breakable by identifying their loophole, how it is made. The hackers try to identify that what are the loopholes by that unauthorized access can be gained, information can be stolen, or with various motives. So that is generally known as the vulnerability part. And finally, the attack happens. Okay, right. So the basic principle of the cyber security or the information security. Okay, fine. That it's actually a triad. There are two triads. One triad is drawn, one triad I'll explain. That is CIA AAA triad. So everybody must be aware about the confidentiality. When we talk about confidentiality, let's say my number, mobile number. How many do you think that your mobile number is confidential? Like you consider mobile number as confidential information. You'd not like to give. Just raise the hand. If you are not raising them, that means you are not considering them as confidential because I will get the answer if you are not raising your hand. Right. So very few consider mobile number as confidential. I consider is very, 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 very confidential because Dr. Trivedi's mobile number I do have. I've never met him, never asked anyone. How do I? No, no, not even Google. It was mentioned in his presentation. It was a screenshot of his ARPA ID where his mobile number was mentioned. I know now how many bank account he has.
Right. This competitive words.
Right.
On the contrary, I want that everybody should know my mobile number.
Yeah.
I want more patience.
Right.
So something is not that I'm trying to make it confidential, but there could be another number.
Right. Definitely. That was, yeah.
So should be like that should be, I always say, access to doctor should be there. And mobile should be available, but you should have two numbers.
Correct.
One I should have
That was the next thing I was about to tell.
patients. So that number should be universal.
Correct. Correct. So that was the next very thing that I was about to say. Thank you, sir, for that. That you should have alternate numbers. So the number which is connected to your commercial should not be available to anybody. Let's say you must have linked with Aadhaar, and that is linked with your bank, PAN, and etc. They should not be available publicly. That is what the motive is. So that means confidentiality change, right? For me, it's very confidential. For someone, it is not confidential. So confidentiality is very subjective matter when it comes to health, when it comes to security, when it comes to, let's say, an advertisement. It's very confidential, which they want to share, which they don't. Then comes integrity part, which is one of the base pillar, like a triad. Okay, so the information when there are two states of information, either information is in rest or information is in motion. So the information when it is in motion, that means it is transmitting. Okay, transmitting from one end to another end. So it should not be altered. It should not be changed. If I'm saying now there are AI available that can, like when I want to, let's say, for example, I'm doing telemedicine from another state, let's say a northeast state where I don't understand the language. Okay. So it's very much available now into the phone. Okay. That I can listen to any language and translate to my language. Yeah. We have seen the advertisement, right? So it is quite possible. It's a boon. But the same way, now if there is a malware or there is a spyware in your system that will just convert something else to that particular voice, a real-time change in AI. Right? So integrity is lost in that particular case. Just an example. Then availability. So, like Dr. Shroff has told that electricity, internet, okay, that was also mentioned. It is essential part. So, if system is not available, then there is no meaning to use. So, these are just basic pillar of the cyber security. Some key statistics that we should understand before we move, because since it is relevant to the health part. So it's a prediction for 2026 based on the previous data by ScienceSoft that 40% plus health system in US will experience a ransomware attack because of the previous data. The average cost of a data breach will surpass 12 million US dollar. Just some of the statistics. Moving further, since you all are belonging to the health, there is an act in United States mentioned by one of the audience, also in the talk of Dr. Trivedi. That is HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, passed in 1996 by the Congress in United States. It's an act. That act provides basically the security and privacy for the health related information to their patients. When it can be, they call a term known as PHI. Here we have used term in ABA, it's UHI. Okay, unified or universal health information. They call them protected health information. It's not personal health, protected health information. So it's a security and privacy of the same. So they have disclosed this information. Last year's report, just see the statistics. It's top 20, ranking of top 20, how much data breach has happened. So these many patients, millions of patients in United States, their health data has been breached by number of attacks. So they have categorized those attacks into 3 or 4. The number 1 is a ransomware attack. Number 2 is the incident, IT incidents, what they categorize. Further, we'll see what they are actually. Another is an insider or by a misconfiguration. Okay. So these are the major categories of these incidents, why that happens. Now, if we see the another picture, that is location of the PHI, that means where they were stored actually. So mostly they were stored on the server, which is connected to a network. Okay. Then next came is email, because you are communicating through an email. If your business email is compromised, then the data has been lost. Similarly, it goes with then downside with the others. We have seen that ransomware attack, it is known from 2017 when WannaCry happened, right, in India. That people generally come to know that something called ransomware, it encrypts your file. That is not the only thing that it does. It is now become a polymorphic malware. That means it has multiple things in it. So it does not only encrypts, but also it stole. So it is an extortion of your data. So after once the data is encrypted, and before actually it encrypts, it has already stolen that, and then if you are not paying to them, they are going to release it onto a dark web forum publicly, right? So that is the data breach. Okay. Then phishing, that is generally find out in the incidents that people mostly fall for the phishing attack. I had a demo in my computer system. Just you would like to scan, and then you will find out a Google page. But when you will enter your credential, it comes to me. Very simple. We just teach the students. It's a 5 or 10 minutes task. Okay. So it's a art of deception that people do not see the detail. How many of we read the entire link which is sent to us? Nobody reads. I'll just change a character L to 1. It looks same. The entire page looks same. We give all in the information, and this is how it happens. Okay. And then unauthorized access by insiders. Sometimes you have insiders who gives or the information about the healthcare or any patient's data can be leaked for any kind of rivalry or grudges or anything it might be. Okay. Or sometimes by carelessness of the employee, that is uneducated or unaware or not skilled manpower that you might have. Okay. Moving to the next, the penalties which are given against that particular crime or that particular case against the HIPAA Act. So that are, you know, if they identify that particular reason, the first reason is risk analysis. So I told you that normally I give an example of doctor is something like when you have a fever, you go to a doctor which is graduated with MBBS rather than a surgeon. Surgeon is a more professional and sophisticated and knowledgeable, well-versed doctor compared to the MBBS that everybody is. But in case of fever, we don't go to a surgeon, though they have the knowledge. That means that all the incidents are not same. Like all patients are not same. In case of fever, one person is very much distinguished to the other one. You are very well aware of it, right? No two patients are same. So you cannot have same medicine for one patient and so the same reason for another patient. There might be change in their heredity or something that you need to understand, right? So similarly happens over here. You might have a good infrastructure. Let's say, for example, you have best firewall in the world. You might have best antivirus in the world, all security appliances, right? But if they are not functioning properly, or they have unknown or 0-day vulnerability, who will identify? So that is when it comes to risk analysis. So it's risky. So biannually or annually, at least it should be audited regularly and periodically, which is we are missing in this particular ABDM part. That as far as I know. Okay, fine. And other reasons that you can just see. Now, these are just not related to healthcare. Overall cybersecurity statistics of 2026 prediction by Sentinel One, one of the good cybersecurity firm. What they have told that what things we are going to see is AI arm race, deepfake threats. I'll just show you a website where you will find out that a live call can be deceived. Like, for example, you are doing a telemedicine, your face is there. If you are using that app, any face can be created live without anything, right? You can do anything on that particular video call live, right? So that is deep fakes. That is about to come as a threat when you will be doing the telemedicine, right? Then agentic AI, post quantum, and other things that is part of that. Now we are very much in the use of AI, right? Most of you might have a chat GPT in your phone. That is very famous name. Otherwise, there are many. So you might have in your phone, and you keep on using it. And some smart people, not some, there are many smart people. It should be used that they manage their calendars and everything use of GPT or use of AI. That please manage my last 5 emails or 500 emails and let me know that what they are. And just in summary, you will know and then get a reply accordingly. And then it will reply because you have given permission. That means you have allowed AI to use your credential to reply. What has happened recently, one of the case, somebody have told that just check my calendar activity and complete it as it is written. That means you might have done some memos that you have developed over there that do these activity task 1, 2, 3, 4 and last 60 days, delete it. Now that 60 was removed by a hacker, okay, through man in the middle attack. Now what AI has done is deleted everything. All their data through their mail drive has been gone. So this is beauty of using AI without particular knowledge. Another example, when now we are talking about the responsible AI. Recently, you can just check, Grok has revealed the personal information about one particular employee. They filed a lawsuit and then it has been charged to the Grok AI in the millions of US dollar. What has happened that by some prompts, particularly to that particular user, one person gets their mobile number as well as address by just asking Grok with few prompts. Simple, right? So it is biased, it is not particularly trained, and it is in the nascent stage. So we can't rely at present solely on AI. That is just I want to convey. Okay. It was already you are aware about it. The previous speaker has already mentioned all this detail. Now, when we talk about the data privacy, which has been already covered by Dr. Straw very much in detail, I'll just have a video of that. And then if permitted, we will just see a website of Instagram's privacy policy that you must have read because after that you have installed it, right? So we'll just see what they are taking it from us. So data privacy means it's a right and obligation of individual or an organization with respect to collect the data, use the data, disclose the data, and retention of the data. It must be clear. With the DPDP Act 2023, it has been clearly mentioned to the data fiduciaries that what is the responsibility of the data collector and what is the responsibility of the data fiduciaries from the consent perspective of the user. We'll see just a video. It's a funny video. I'm not sure whether the speakers are connected with this. We'll just try and see if it works. Sorry, I think so. Speaker might have been turned off. This one. One second. Share some. ત્યાંથી હું નીચે કરતા છું બરાબર એટલે તમારા વિડીયો શેર કરવો છે ને હા એટલે આવી રીતે થશે
Hi, Rasa. Enjoy your breakfast. Some details for our database, Lisa. Sure. That's good.
હા હા કરું છું
share sound.
ક્યાં
Share interesting.
entire screen
Entire screen.
that's fine that's fine so okay
Enjoy your breakfast.
Enjoy your purchase.
Thank you.
Oh, could I have some details for our database, please, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Postcode?
W5
W5
8SD.
8SD. 23 Sealand Avenue, West Ealing, London. Telephone number 0208 7946 001. Date of birth 3467. 2 children, Louis and Megan, married to Katie Ann, 37. You are prone to anxiety attacks. Your favorite breakfast cereal is Cinnamon Golden Grahams. You've got a squeaky loft ladder, and in the summer you are slightly susceptible to a patch of psoriasis on the inside of your left elbow.
That's me. How do you know all that?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't tell you that. Data Protection Act.
Here and now, wherever we go to any mall or any shop, let's say for a jewelry shop, why they're asking your number? What they do about that? They're not sure. But we happily give that because we want to get discount or any kind of during advertisement, right? So this is what happens if we don't have a data protection act, right? They know everything about us then. Two more videos, if time permit, we'll see at last. It's just a video of TSI Europe, that how this medicine or healthcare can be affected by the attackers. I already just covered. I have done last night. I slept at 4 o'clock in the AM. I was doing the research. 15 research papers I have studied just because it's for the first time for the healthcare. Normally I teach HIPAA, but for the audience of doctor, first time I'm taking the session. So a little bit to be prepared. So I reviewed some of the research paper which is mentioned in my references to just understand that what are the attacks, common attacks that happens on the healthcare. And this is what the top 10 results I got from them. And all this research are from 20 to 25, so last 5 years. So first is ransomware, then phishing, IoT device vulnerability, because now this telesurgery or telemedicines will work with the IoT devices, right? The robotic surgeries works with IoT devices and everything, right? And then weak authentication, the data breaches, denial of service attacks, MITM, supply chain attacks, and zero-day exploits and insider threat. 3 of them I'll be covering in detail. On others, I'll just brief in 1 or 2 minutes, okay? Because we have less number of time. Supply chain attack, you might have seen the Lebanon pager attacks. Some of you might have read in detail. It's a supply chain attack, a subcontract given to an Israeli company, and they prepared that PSTN enabled pagers, which was blast by a particular message which was sent to at that particular time. That may very much happen to us as well if the government is not taking care, since we are very much fortunate that our government is very strict in this particular case. It happened to Hezbollah because they are not an organizer, they are terrorist one. So they don't follow this audit and regulation. So that happens to them. Let's see the ransomware. This is my computer's screenshot because I teach malware to the students. So I used to do it and then we find out the solution. So I just run a WannaCry, and these are other 2 things just to observe, like, a diagnosis, like what is it doing, monitoring tools that we use simultaneously. So this is what basically happens if you have the ransomware. All these files are corrupted, but this is not the only thing that happens. As a university, we are not only teaching, we are also in training, also consultancy. So some of you might be aware about 2-3 years back, KD Hospital had a ransomware attack. So our team resolved that particular. It was fortunate that the ransomware attack did not encrypt entire file. They just corrupted the file header. It is just initial signature of the file. We could identify those things and we create an algorithm to repair that header file on the format, whether it is JPG, PDF, or whatever it is. and we could get most of their data, at least 60 to 70% of the data get back. And there is one more solution, you can note it down. I could not see probably on the site over here. No more ransom. It's a website. By mistake, if you have a ransomware attack on your database, on your server, you can go to that particular website, which is created by all these antivirus, big antivirus firms of the world. And you just need to submit one of your encrypted file. If the decryptor is available for that particular ransomware, you will get that and all your files will be then decrypted. Phishing, everybody knows about phishing, right? This is what happens. User thinks it's an email. So a buffalo thinks it's a stone. That's a crocodile. So it's something like art of deception. Okay. And then next is IoT devices. So you can just see on the left side, infusion pumps, how many IoT devices are used in United States, soon to be there in India as well. They're already there, but this number is going to be increased, right? Medical device gateways, patient imaging system that we see beeps, right? So all these devices are IoT devices, internet connected with internet. It can be monitored, it can be controlled, right? 41% of the attack exploit this vulnerability in IoT devices because it is not, having that particular security standard that to be followed for manufacturing. It is a quality manufacturing ISO standard, but not security manufacturing standard, right? 57% of medium to high severity attack occurs on the medical IoT devices and so many things. Now, if permitted, just would like to demonstrate one last thing, or else we'll just conclude it. Just you can search, this might be available to you. Just click on this link. Shodan and Census, these are search engine for vulnerable devices across the globe, available publicly. Someone's home CCTV camera, someone's hospital's admin panel, anything. If you're lucky, you will be able to find them out. You will be able to see them live. And that's what is happening, right? And cybersecurity as a whole, it's an entire layer. Multiple things cannot be covered into a single session. So the solution, which has already been told, just emphasizing on that, required awareness. The more people is aware, the more people understand how this next gen attacks are happening, the more they will be secure. Skilled personnel required nowadays. The farmers are hiring the security operation centers, right? Specialized training is required, just like this kind of workshops where people will be educated, will be aware about what things are going on. Audit and compliance very much essential to see that all the systems, when you will just turn on the firewall, it does not make sure that after 1 year it will be best suitable option for you. It need to be regularly updated, need to be regularly audited as per the requirement or not. Proper security controls are required, and finally the intelligence and monitoring part, right? Thank you. Right.
Thank you very much. We have two questions, if you can. Number one is that we are facing a problem with the registry.
Right.
So in my association, we are trying to have a fracture registry. But in that, it's very difficult to keep this confidence to the contributing orthopedic surgeons as well as a system as a whole. So how can we say that that particular sort of the data secrecy would be there?
Right.
And is there any way by which we can give the confidence, because there are multiple research going on with the other developed countries, and we are lagging behind because we don't have a registry.
Correct.
The one question. The second question is, as a consultant, do you give any other agency that will give us a protection like an insurance, that if that agency engage, my agenda system will not be attacked?
Yeah. Definitely, very required questions you have asked, sir, I would say. First question I would like to answer that when we talk about the any kind of data or registry, that how the confidence will be built either by the governing body or by the user. So HIPAA has told that, like, we can have our own. I'll just come to that. HIPAA has said that if you are a healthcare service provider in United States, let's say an Indian organization creating a website for a hospital in US, that company in India has to be complied by HIPAA. They will audit it, they will certify them, and then only it gives a confidence that yes, they are secure developer and they can develop my solution. That is one way we can plan our own kind of healthcare security law or act for that particular reason. Another which is available, that is mentioned by CERTIN, the Computer Emergency Response Team of India, as ISO 27000 standard, that is ISMS, Information Security Management System standard, to be adopted by who are developing that or who are managing that. So if they are complied with that, then a confidence can be built that it is created by such firm or it is managing by such firm. And second question, regarding the consultancy part, we already have our clients whom we are providing 24 by 7 security assessment and monitoring aspects related to their infrastructures and database management and other things. Yes, it is possible.
I wish you had flashed your mobile. Many of us would get in touch with you.
Yeah.
I would just an excellent talk and we get more time. Sure. The things we talked was one number four. Some of on your mobile phone. Don't have a mobile phone or a passport. That's one thing you should do. All of you should do. Another thing is when you visit a website, make sure it has an HTTPS so that it is secure. These two things, at least if you do, some of you can be, safe. And when you go on, when you get free internet, if you share your email and your mobile number, what happened on that video will happen to you. That you have psoriasis on the left elbow and be careful. That's what, nothing is free, believe me. So when you have free internet services, be careful of what information you get. These are two, three things which I thought, you are adopting. Not was super. No practice. Thank you.
In addition to that, just last few words. If you are using any application which is not available on Play Store, okay, that means your mobile phone is already compromised, your data is gone. One of the biggest app that people are using known as Picasso. Okay. If you have this type of apps, please remove it. Otherwise, safety tips are already there in the slides. You can just read. Thank you very much.
Sir, please. So USB policy can work behind this?
Sorry, madam.
USB because policy.
USB
Yes.
use policy, yeah.
Is it helpful for this?
Yes, it is very much helpful, madam. It is known as BYOD, bring your own device or IC. So generally USB contains the malware. Sometimes we don't know. If I have my pen drive, it might be there. Okay. So it should be restricted to use the USBs in the professional computers or professional system as a person. It is like, for example, a USB of organization, it's okay, but personal thumb drives shall not be used.
Thank you, sir. If ransom is demanded, then should we fight or should we pay?
Never pay. Because after payment, there is no guarantee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dhanush sir. I request all the dignitaries and chairpersons and other this to keep the session in a very tight schedule so that we can cover maximum knowledge with minimum time constraint. Still 3 lectures to go, and after that we are proceeding for the lunch. So next next lecture is on telemedicine practice guidelines by Dr. Krishna Kumar sir. I request him to come on the stage, and he's a CEO and director of Nexon Life Science, and he's also entrepreneur into and startup innovator in pharmaceutical field. And also he's the honorary secretary in Telemedicine Society of India UP, and currently he's president of Telemedicine Society of India. And along with that, I would like to welcome to chair the session is uh, Dr. Ketan Parmar sir, who is a renowned physician and diabetologist at Saraswati Hospital, and also Dr. Dhaval Nayak, who is a renowned cardiothoracic surgeon practicing at SIMS Hospital, is having experience of more than 20,000 surgeries on his name. So I request to initiate the session.
Thank you for your kind words. Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. I pay my regards to dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am very thankful to Dr. Raj Rawal for inviting me here and giving the opportunity to present in this august audience. Today, I will be presenting an overview of the telemedicine practice guidelines 2020. Today, I will be presenting an overview of the Telemedicine Practice Guidelines 2020, which provides a structural framework for delivering healthcare services remotely in a safe, ethical, and regular compliant manner. So today, the basic objective of session is to discuss about the purpose of telemedicine guidelines, discuss tools of telemedicine applications, and describe guiding principles of telemedicine consultation, and lastly, describe framework for telemedicine consultation. So this presentation is based on the telemedicine practice guidelines released on the 25th March 2020 by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Board of Governors in partnership with NITI Aayog. So already it has been shown in previous slides. The first question, what is the validity of these guidelines under National Medical Commission Act of 2019? These guidelines was released under an Appendix 5 of Indian Medical Council Act, but now National Medical Commission Act has replaced the Indian Medical Council Act, so it is valid. National Medical Commission Act 2019, Section 61 clearly says the educational standards, rules, regulations, and any provisional made under the Indian Medical Council Act will continues to be enforced and operate until the new rules, regulations are formed under the NMC Act. So, telemedicine practice guidelines is a part of Indian Medical Council Act till the new regulations or standards are formed under the NMC. That guidelines continues to be legally valid. So, actually, this whole session, whole telemedicine practice guidelines is the I think 8 to 10 hours session. So, I am trying to give the brief of same within 20 minutes. So, please just have a look on this, and if you need more detail, and everything is on web and you go through that. So before I start my presentation, I would like to have a disclaimer. This presentation is for academic and training purpose only, not for legal opinion. If you want to have a legal opinion, please do contact legal advisor. We are also request kindly go through the original TPG documents and also visit National Medical Commission Act website for any latest amendments or updates on the act. These are here. So the practice of telemedicine is mainly governed by the different acts and policies released from the concerned ministries. So go through this for updates. So the basic purpose, in an era where digital healthcare is rapidly expanding, the telemedicine practice guidelines serve as a vital tool to regulate and streamline virtual medical practice. So the basic purpose of these guidelines provides norms and protocols relating to the physician-patient relationship, issues of liability and negligence, evaluation, management and treatment, informed consent, continuity of care, referral of emergency services, medical records, privacy and security of the patient records and exchange of information, prescribing the prescription, reimbursement, health education, and counseling to the patient. And how to integrate the technologies to provide healthcare delivery. I would like highlight the definition of telemedicine and telehealth. Just according to WHO Health Organization, WHO, this is here, but I will especially emphasize the telemedicine as well as telehealth. Telemedicine used to denote clinical service delivery by a registered medical practitioner, while telehealth is a broader term of use of technology for health and health-related services, including telemedicine. So, who is the registered medical practitioner? A registered medical practitioner, RMP, is a person who is enrolled in the state medical register or Indian medical register under the Indian Medical Council Act according to the TPG guidelines. So, what is the scope of this guidelines? Just I will emphasize only 3 points here. Mean for RMP under the IMC Act 1956 cover norms and standards of RMP to consult patient via telemedicine. Telemedicine includes all channels of communication with the patient that leverage information technology platform, including voice, audio, text, digital data, and exchange of this. And it covers norms and standard of the RMP to consult patient via telemedicine. So, what is the scope of this telemedicine practice guidelines? Is it comprehensive or it has excluded certain things? Of course, telemedicine practice guidelines being from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has excluded certain things, like first and the foremost is the hardware, software, infrastructure requirements, maintenance, building. Those issues have been discussed, have been, those issues has not been discussed under the purview of TPG guidelines. And the second point is the data management, where the data will be stored, where it will be stored. Also, it has been excluded on that part. Use of digital technology to conduct surgical or invasive procedure remotely. So other aspects of telehealth such as research and evaluation and continuing education of the healthcare workers also excluded from this TPG guidelines. Does not provide consultation outside the jurisdiction of India, which is very important for the RMP. So who can provide consultation? A registered RMP who has been registered under IMC or NMC Act provide telemedicine consultation as per the guidelines. So now the question is, what is the prerequisite to provide telemedicine consultation as per the guidelines? A RMP entitled to provide telemedicine consultation to patient from any part of India, not other than our country. It is very clear the doctor who is going to provide the limits in consultation will appeal the same professional and ethical standards norms which are applicable in person will also upheld in the teleconsultation. To enable all those RMP desirous to practicing telemedicine to get familiar with these guidelines, online courses will be made available by the Board of Governors for the purpose of training, so that training has to be undertaken within the 3 years of release of these guidelines. But currently, TSI is providing training and certification in current scenario. Please contact us for the same at any time. Especially you people can also contact to Dr. Raj Rawal. I think he is going to organize such kind of training very soon under the banner of the Tele-Medicine Society of India, Gujarat chapter. So RMP may use any telemedicine tool suitable for carrying out technology-based patient consultation, and irrespective of tool of communication used, the core principle of the telemedicine practice remain the same. So what are the different methods and mode of teleconsultation? Mode of teleconsultation, TPG recognizes almost all kind of digital technology which has been used for communication, and RMP will decide which platform and which mode is going to be used. There are 4 methods have been recognized: patient to doctor, doctor to patient, patient to doctor, caregiver to doctor, doctor to another doctor, and health workers to doctor. So we will take one by one, and there are 7 elements to be considered before any telemedicine consultation. First is context, second is identification of the RMP and patient, and mode of communication, and consent from the patient, type of consultation, and patient evaluation, and patient management. There are 7 elements which we will take one by one, and the professional judgment of a registered practitioner to decide the context where a teleconsultation, whether a teleconsultation or in-person consultation, he has to decide. Telemedicine consultation should not be anonymous. Both patient and RMP need to know each other's identity, which is must as per the TPG guidelines. A RMP should verify and confirm patient identity by name, age, address, email ID, phone number, registered ID, or any other identification as may be deemed to be appropriate. The RMP should ensure that there is a mechanism for a patient to verify the credentials and contact details of the RMP. A RMP should begin the consultation by informing the patient about his or her name and qualification. For issuing a prescription, the RMP need to explicit ask the age of the patient, and if there is any doubt, seek age proof. Whether the patient is minor after confirming the age, teleconsultation would be allowed only if the minor is consulting along with an adult whose identity needs to be ascertained. So every RMP shall display the registration number according to his or her by the State Medical Council on prescription, website, electronic communication. And all these, I think Dr. Sraf has covered well in his legal issues, legal framework. So what is the mode of communication? Multiple technologies can be used to deliver telemedicine consultation. Depending on the situation, a RMP may decide the best technology to use to diagnose and treat. So go through this. Now, coming on the patient consent is necessary for any telemedicine consultation. The consent can be implied or explicit, depending on the situation highlighted here. If the patient initiates the telemedicine consultation, then the consent is implied. Now, an explicit patient consent is needed if a healthcare worker, RMP, or a caregiver initiates a telemedicine consultation. So, by writing this, we can take the consent. I consent to avail consultation via telemedicine or any such communication in simple words through any kind of mode. Obtaining and duly recording the patient consent is mandatory for any telemedicine consultation as per telemedicine practice guidelines. And go through this briefly. And every details is, I think, in documentation. This is very wider content. And this is the patient explicit consent. This is the example as per telemedicine practice guidelines, which is mandatory. The registered medical practitioner must take care during the teleconsultation and retain the same points in his patient record. So now coming on the evaluation part and exchange of the information, the professional discretion of the doctors to ask the information to arrive at the diagnosis. He can ask for more information, or else, depending upon his professional experience, he may ask for little information or ask for investigation. Many times, the doctor wants to examine the patient. That is basically general physical examination, which is not possible on telemedicine. The doctor will advise for general physician examination for in-person consultation with him or else with another doctor. He may ask for certain investigation. Please do remember, if the information is not complete and the doctor is unable to arrive at any diagnosis, he may call for in-person consultation or with the health worker or with any RMP. RMP shall maintain all the patient records because he is liable to take the responsibility. Now coming on the type of consultation, there are two types of consultation already discussed. First consultation, the patient is consulting with the RMP for the first time. It will be treated as the first consultation. If the patient has consulted with the RMP earlier, but it's crossed the more than 6 months, then again it will be lapsed and it will be treated as the first consultation. If the patient has consulted with the RMP earlier, but coming again with different elements, then again it will come under the first consultation. In case of follow-up consultation, the patient is consulting with the same RMP with 6 months of his or previous in-person consultation, and this is for continuation of care of same health condition. This will be treated as follow-up consultation. However, it will not be considered a follow-up consultation in case of there are new symptoms that are not in the spectrum of same health condition, RMP does not recall the context of previous treatment and advice. He can call the patient and then he will be treated as a follow-up consultation. Otherwise, if he is not recognizing, then it will be treated as the first consultation. This is the diagrammatic pictorial diagram, pictorial presentation for the first consultation. Patient initiate the consultation through different mode, and this will come. This will as a and next patient. If it is implied, then patient identification is required, and after that, quick assessment in emergency care. If emergency care, then refer for the emergency care with counseling and advice. And if no, then again patient evaluation is required and appropriate teleconsultation is required then. And if appropriate consultation is not possible due to the lack of data, then again he will be referred to management of the patient, to other doctors or caregivers or for investigation. And if yes, appropriate consultation is done, then prescription will be made and it will be treated as the complete consultation. So if the condition can be appropriately managed via telemedicine based on the type of consultation, then the RMP may proceed with a professional judgment to provide health education as appropriate in the case, provide counseling related to a specific clinical condition and prescribe medicine. It will be completed. Otherwise, if that is not if RMP is not satisfied, then again it will be referred to it will be referred to other doctors and it will be treated as the new consultation. Now coming on the prescribing medicine, telemedicine practice guidelines empowers the doctors to prescribe medicine online, and it clearly says the same professional accountability, ethical, clinical requirement, SOPs, laws which are applicable during in-person consultation is also applicable for online prescription. If a medical condition requires any clinical assessment, investigation, any SOPs, that should also be followed under TPG guidelines. There are certain limitations on prescribing medicine. An RMP providing consultation via telemedicine cannot prescribe medicine listed here in Schedule X of Drug and Cosmetics Act and rules of any narcotics and psychotropic substances listed in the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act 1985. These medicines have a high potential of abuse and could harm the patient or the society at large if used improperly. So it should be avoided as per TPG guidelines. Already Dr. Saraf has covered well. Now the categories of medicine that can be prescribed to patient. List O, over the counter, which includes paracetamol, different kind of creams and food supplements and others, very over the counter products. And list A can be prescribed during the first consult, which is video consultation, and are being re-prescribed for refill in case of follow-up. List B, list of medication which RMP can prescribe in a patient who is undergoing follow-up consultation, in addition to those that have been prescribed during an in-person consult for same medical condition. So RMP shall provide photo scan copy, digital copy of a signed prescription or a e-prescription to the patient via email or any messaging platform. In case of the RMP is transmitting the prescription directly to the pharmacy, he or she must ensure explicit consent of the patient. So delivery of medicine can be done in various forms. Now coming on the essential part of the prescription delivery, the essential elements as shown here must be included in all prescription, which I will show in next slide. RMP shall provide a clear photograph, scanned or digital copy of a duly signed prescription, e-prescription to the patient via email or any other messaging platform. Link for the prescription can also be sent as SMS to the recipients. There is no need to take printout of the e-prescription, which is clearly mentioned in the TPG guidelines. So this is the format for e-prescription, having all the details as prescribed by the TPG guidelines. Now coming on the duties and responsibilities of a registered medical practitioner is well addressed in TPG, which can be seen from documents in detail. A brief summary is shown here. Go through this. Now some examples of action that are not permissible, which comes under the misconduct. Already Dr. Saraf has taken this very well. And RMP cannot just I will highlight few points only. RMP cannot insist on telemedicine if patient requests an in-person consultation. RMP misusing patient image and data, especially private and sensitive in nature, and prescribe medicine from the specific restricted list like Schedule X and other medicines, which are prohibited under the TPG guidelines. So RMP to maintain the following records, documents for period as prescribed from time to time, record of telemedicine interaction, patient records, reports, documents, images, diagnostic data. Already Dr. Saraf has explained well. Now RMP may charge an appropriate fees for the telemedicine consultation by giving a proper receipt or invoice, which is clearly mentioned in the TPG guidelines. Now, the professional judgment of a RMP should be guiding principle. RMP has the discretion to decide the mode. RMP as well as the patient has the right to choose not to proceed with the teleconsultation at any given point of time. RMP may refer for an in-person consultation at any time if he is not satisfied. Now, framework for practicing telemedicine in 5 scenarios. Patient to already in previous slides we have shown, but again one by one, very briefly I will go through this. Patient to patient, patient to registered medical practitioner, caregiver to registered medical practitioner, health worker to again registered medical practitioner, and RMP to RMP, and again if not satisfied, then emergency cases. So already the patient to RMP already discussed in our previous slide. It has been already discussed. Now consult between patient and RMP through a caregiver. Patient is present with the caregiver during the consultation. Then in that case, we must take the explicit consent from the patient. If in next scenario, if consultation between health workers and RMP, in this scenario, health workers has certain role and responsibilities on behalf of patient, which should be taken care by health worker during the teleconsultation and transmission of the prescription. Now, in case of registered medical practitioner to registered medical practitioner, important point is here, in this scenario, treating RMP shall be responsible for treatment. Now, in case of emergency situation, the RMP based on his or own professional discretion may advise first aid first and the giving counseling immediately facilitate the referral at the earliest. So certain guidelines for technology platform enabling telemedicine as mentioned here. So before using or selecting any app or telemedicine platform, proper screening is must, which details are here, and also we should take care of this. Now, this is very important slide. How to avoid medical legal issues online. Just I briefed in few points. RMP must verify the ID first, identify the emergency patient in case of not satisfaction with his emergency, and diagnose before prescription. Follow the prescription list as telemedicine practice guidelines. Retain a copy of all records. Maintain data privacy. So to avoid coming under the misconduct, do practice all these points. Now, in nutshell, the positive aspects of TPG is it provides professional clinical freedom with registered medical practitioner, freedom to use all social media platform, one of the best guidelines in the world, patient friendly, a special consultation to reach rural patient, and it will be game changer in the healthcare industry. So now we can conclude with the urge that follow the telemedicine practice guidelines and capitalize on the potential of the telemedicine. Telemedicine is only solution delivering the right healthcare to right patient, to right time, to right RMP. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Was wonderful lecture. I don't know it takes here 5 months hours to cover the topic actually. I have one basic question. So when do you like, as we all know, the consultants are increasing day by day everywhere. So when do you draw a fine line between the teleconsultation and the physical consultation?
So it's total discretion of the doctor.
Okay.
He has to decide. If he is satisfied with the proper documentation, proper interaction with the patient, because sometimes patient is not able to describe his ailments before the doctors, then he is right. He has right to tell, please do come for personal consultation with him or any other person, or he can so he has the right to describe that line.
And just one more, because we all know that now it is a parallel system right now, medicine, teleconsultation. Do you think in coming 5 years or 10 years, it will try to replace the physical consultation?
No, no, there is no substitute. I think Dr. Saraf is the right person to.
Science station to make practice for patients. It's part of the practice, nothing other. Telemedicine is not exist independently of the practice. Yeah. It has to be part of the practice. Please remember that. No, that's no. That's what I know. Yeah, so I'm talking about the future actually. Future. That's the extension of the practice. Number one. And there's no finite. If you feel that you're not, able to diagnose, you don't have provision diagnosis, have a clinical. Okay. All the patients to your clinic. That's it. So you should be sure what you're doing is right and you are safe. Perfect. So if I'm doing a telemedicine, teleconsulting patient is having from some chest pain kind of case. Okay. And I can stop there. Yes, you can please come back. Go to the nearest hospital. Definitely. That's what you should do. There are many such examples. Your discretion. Yeah. And then last thing, I'm very happy actually you stood up. What about some high risk medicines? Like, some high risk, very third generation antibiotics or some high risk medicines, all that we can research on through telemedicine. Again, you don't know the drug allergy or want to know whether when you inject, whether the patient gets an eruption, call them to the clinic, give them the first dose. First dose safe, second dose okay. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
That's my right. So being the surgeon, we also trying to be more like this. We also know.
So please join Telemedicine Society of India. You will be keep updated through that. And again, I will urge, please join Telemedicine Society of India. And our president has offered a special discount today. And I think maximum doctors are here. So please go through the telemedicine practice guideline training, which is, I think, compulsory from the government of India within 3 years of this. But I think that is in again pipeline. And Tele-Medicine Society of India very properly doing this continuously since the COVID time. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a question. I have one question. Just yes. In this area, like we are doing just checklist, like whatever the standard procedures, even in the hospital, that like in meeting ADH, we just checklist that those are the MID files we have done. This consent has been taken. So do we have any consent in telemedicine? Like at the initiation, we have followed all the do's and don'ts and what are the limitations of this telemedicine. For the roles of the patient and for the roles of the doctor. Do we have that universal checklist formats and that can be used and at the end of the prescription? Do we have any tool or templatization which automatically check that the telemedicine guideline has been used for like it is aligned with the telemedicine guideline? So that will be helpful for all the practicing doctors to reduce their workload of cognitive load.
There, this is very important question, and already I have spoken during my presentation. I think there is no standard platform. You go for EHR, standard EHR. Big companies are doing that, or you should develop on own according to TPG guidelines. And already Dr. Saraf has told it is.
But the guidelines already have a form. Okay, at least has a prescription, has a consent from all that is.
Yeah, yes. but every time we will prescribe any medication for the limitation of the period of time. So while we are checking the different references.
Okay. I think it is lengthy question. We have to satisfy you. Please interact with us during the lunch hours. Okay.
I think we should do a couple of sessions in all conferences actually about various. Right. So I think that's what, otherwise, then only everyone will come across about all. Good today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krishna Kumar sir. Now, let us move on our next topic, that is telerobotics. The lecture to be presented by Dr. Sanjeev Haribhakti sir. Dr. Sanjeev Haribhakti sir is a distinguished gastroenterologist surgeon who is having specialty in multiple domain of GI related surgeries. He is currently chairman of Kaizen Hospital, and currently he has achieved a very tremendous milestone, that he has achieved Gujarat's first tele-robotic surgery, and we must give him a round of applause to on his achievement. And to chair the session, I request to Dr. Leena Mende. She is Chief Medical Officer, SEC ISRO. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Hari Bhakti sir. After this lecture, we are having lunch break, and we will rejoin the post-lunch session after 1 hour of lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Raj and his team for organizing this wonderful meeting. Since morning, we have heard so many wonderful lectures, eye-opening and awareness-creating lectures on telemedicine. And in the next 15-20 minutes, I'm going to talk about how we can extend this role of telemedicine to the field of surgery. And this is only through a medium, which is called the robotic surgery, because it's only through that medium we can extend the role of telemedicine to actually doing surgeries. Fine. So if I talk about the okay, fine. Evolution of the surgery, when I was under training, we were trained on the platform of open surgery, operating directly on the patient. I mean, I'm sure this can never be translated to telesurgery. Then came the technology of laparoscopic surgery, and we've been following this and working on advanced laparoscopy for the last almost 25 years. And this technology also, we are operating directly on the patient. There is no digital media interface in between. And that's why this cannot be translated to telemedicine platform. But then came the era of robotic surgery. And in the robotic surgery, the surgeon sits on the console and operates. And the patient is just by the side of the surgeon. So it's in the same theater, but the surgeon is sitting there and operating and his arm movements through an interface, which is the robot through which the surgery is being performed. And that has become, it is only because of this robotic surgery that the tele-robotic surgery has become possible. So let us understand what is robotic surgery and what are the important arms. So there are robotic arms which get connected to the patient. These are on the patient side. And then there is a patient cart, which is also near the patient, where the bedside team, the surgeon, will be seeing on that cart. And all the important, the heart of all the robotics, the ICs and everything, the storage devices, the cameras, the systems, endovision, the light source, everything is housed in this compartment. And then there is a surgeon console on which the surgeon sits, and all these are interconnected. And the surgeon will operate from sitting on the console, which is connected to the robotic arms and the patient carts. So now let us go on to what is tele-robotic surgery. So tele-robotic surgery is that patient is in a remote location, is attached to the robotic arms through keyhole incisions, and the surgeon is sitting somewhere else operating remotely from a console, and the robot executes the precise moments which are transmitted to the patient without an appreciable lag. And there is a real-time communication which is required, which is available with high-speed dedicated cables, or even in the future by the the satellite-based systems that will be available, through which we'll get this high-speed dedicated internet capabilities. The question comes, why tele-robotic surgery? Would you be comfortable operating by tele-robotic surgery? So here the answer is yes. India is a vast country, a very diverse country. There is a big urban-rural divide. There is a big divide in the surgical expertise available across areas. And to bridge this surgical expertise gap, tele-robotic surgery will be greatly useful. Access to remote care in areas which are underserved, underprivileged. Yes, if there is a machine there connected, and then the expert is operating from somewhere else. But the current major use of telesurgery will be in telementoring and teleproctoring. Means that robotic surgery is still very early in its terms of development. And for training the surgeons, an expert surgeon can actually mentor a beginner surgeon and proctor them and take away the controls for a particular step if it is difficult for the early or a beginner surgeon. War fronts, we are in amidst currently three wars, and war front surgeries, disaster care managements, telerobotic surgeries will be useful. And it was actually developed for space missions. That is how the concept was developed, or the robotics was developed in the late 90s for carrying out space surgeries. And it is definitely the future of global surgery. So the key components, robotic system needs to be near the patient. An expert robotic surgeon must be doing it. It's not meant for the beginner robotic surgeon. High-speed internet connectivity with the very low latency communication is essential for doing, and a trained surgical team, even at the bedside of the patient, is essential for performing telerobotic surgery. The technical requirements are a very stable internet connection with a latency less than 200 milliseconds, because the signal has to travel from the surgeon to the patient, and then the surgeon has to get the feedback for doing the next movement. So the latency has to be very low. Less than 200 milliseconds is not perceptible to human eye. So human eye will not feel this lag, and the surgery can be done very smoothly. So this requires a secured network at the moment. It's an end-to-end secured network where no other internet lines are available. We did it with this kind of a fiber optic cable. And then you need a backup system, a backup team, and the backup console at the bedside also, in case there is a technical glitch. So we have embarked on the robotic surgery for last 21 months. And the last 21 months, we have done 265 plus robotic surgeries, GI surgeries, with an indigenous robotic platform called the SSI Mantra system, with a wide range of procedures. In our field, gallbladder surgeries are the commonest. Hernias are very common. We have done quite a lot of hiatal hernia surgeries, fundoplications, colorectal cancers, pancreatic surgeries, pancreatic cancers, esophagus, stomach cancers, bariatric surgery, and liver and other HPB surgeries. So the entire spectrum we have done before we embarked on the telerobotic surgery. So this is a snapshot of our experience of 267 cases so far. Upper GI is a large component is fundoplications, HPB, the large component is gallbladders, colorectal surgeries, cancers, hernias, a large component, and other surgeries. When we celebrated our first 100 robotic surgeries exactly 1 year ago, CM sir came for the event to appreciate and to encourage us for our program. The idea of telesurgery was born early in 2026 when I was in my OPD seeing a patient who is a young 10-year-old boy who came with severe vomiting and malnutrition. And he had a gastric outlet obstruction. When we did an ultrasound and other imaging studies, we also found a significant left PUJ obstruction where this left kidney was congested because of another blockage there. So there were two blockages we needed to be taken care. Both these needed surgery. One, we had to do a gastric bypass or a gastrojejunostomy, and the other was a pyeloplasty surgery. And when we spoke about the robotic option given to the patient, the parents were very eager for that option. Gastric surgery was our domain, but kidney surgery was not our domain. And we identified that there was a surgeon in Hyderabad who had a large experience in doing pediatric pyeloplasties on this robotic platform. So we connected with him, and we figured out that we could do one surgery by two surgeons sitting at different location, the same patient. And this is what I proposed to the patient, and they immediately agreed. So we decided about the teleconnectivity, but it took some time for us to get the network, the high speed cable network. And this was how this idea was born. And then on the 11th of February, we actually performed the first telesurgery after we had the secured network on a 30-year-old lady who had gallstones. We planned a telerobotic surgery. I went to Delhi to do the surgery, and the patient was in Kaizen Hospital, Ahmedabad. And these are the actual photographs of that patient, the ports, the robotic arms, and the telesurgery that actually we performed. So this is, I'm showing you a short clip of how it was done. There was actually hardly any difference I felt whether I do a regular gallbladder surgery or a tele gallbladder surgery. There was not much, no perceptible lag. Yes, I had to go a little slow, but in robotic surgery, you have to do it very slowly and patiently. So that is what we had to. So these are the areas of the dissection. This is the cystic artery, which we coagulated, and the cystic duct was clipped. So all the steps could be done very effortlessly. Within half an hour, I could finish the procedure, and it was a very smooth procedure. I thought probably first time how it would go, whether there'll be a lag, whether there'll be problems and technical issues. We had a lot of backup we had kept, but fortunately everything went so smoothly that it didn't feel like that I was doing a telesurgery sitting 1,000 kilometers away and operating onto these patients. So this actually opens up great opportunities for patients. The outcome, fortunately, was very nice. It was very successful, no complications. Patient was discharged next day, went home. This is the team. You will see that I'm not in the team because I was in Delhi, celebrated after. So you need a very good team at the bedside with the support of all the technical people. And this was widely covered in the media about the first telerobotic surgery of Gujarat. So this is not a new idea. The first telerobotic surgery of gallbladder, or telerobotic surgery for that matter, was called the Operation Lindbergh, which was done for the first time in 2003 by a surgeon who sat in New York and operated in Strasbourg, France. So it's a transatlantic surgery. And so technology was there even then. But at that time, the robotics and the connectivity was a big problem. And for so many years, the technology did not pick up. There was today, very few countries in the world are doing telerobotic surgeries. And you'll be happily surprised to know that the largest numbers recently have been done in India. In India, we have now crossed more than 150 telerobotic surgeries. And this is because we have an indigenously developed robot by a cardiac surgeon himself, Dr. Srivastava, a robot called SSI Mantra, and which is CDSCO approved for telesurgery. So it is legal to do telesurgery in India. And this is the reason why we have embarked on this kind of procedures now. The advantages are well known. The robotic surgery gives a very stable platform, all the controls to the surgeon, very precise surgeries, and you can have an expertise from far off surgeons who has expertise in that domain. For particular surgery, some surgeon will have excellent expertise, and sitting in your hometown, you can actually get the benefit of that surgeon. So this reduces the travel by the patients, not only by the patient, but even by the surgeons. Yes, there are some limitations. Cost is one of the limitations because you need a robo. Availability, infrastructure, currently robos are not available, widespread in all the tier 2, tier 3 cities. But now increasingly the tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India are getting the robotic surgeries with network connectivity. Currently with this indigenous robo, almost 180 installations are there in India. So they are rapidly growing. And there are legal concerns, yes, about telesurgery like you have for telemedicine, but things are getting into place, and the legal framework for telesurgery is not yet established in our country. Probably it will come very soon. Some challenges of the latency concerns are there. team coordination and communication. And that's why one has to do very simple, straightforward cases by telesurgery. Complex cancer surgeries should, at the moment, should not be done by telesurgery because the team coordination becomes important. And in surgery, things can go wrong and one needs a lot of correlation. Sometimes, rarely, we even have to convert to laparoscopic or even to open surgery. And that's why the team coordination becomes very important. So solutions, dedicated network, simulation for training, and backup protocols are in place for anything that goes wrong. Future potential, telemedicine is a fantastic extension of telesurgery, is a fantastic potential of the application of telemedicine to the surgical field. Cross-border surgeries can be performed tomorrow. Of course, they will, of course, be within the preview of the legal frameworks of each country. Rural outreach for our country, and in the future, everything that is going to come on AI is going to come on the robotics platform. So all the guidance, the navigations, the simulations, and all the future technologies that are going to come will come on the robotics. And that's why this is the platform that surgeons have to embark on. It's not going to come on the open or the laparoscopic surgery because there is no digital interface here when we do the surgery. So with this, we have already released recently a robotic GI surgery atlas comprising of 75 videos, crisply edited, structured, where into training of surgeons. This is a open source platform. It's a free to use. There's an app, Hargis app, on the Google and the Apple Play stores and the iStores, which can be downloaded free of cost for any surgeon who wants to learn a robotic GI surgery. And this is restricted to robotic GI surgery. So for us, people like us who are into training, this is a fantastic tool to mentor young surgeons in anywhere in the country currently, and in the future, maybe anywhere sitting in the world, at least in the Southeast Asia. So the long-term vision is AI and the robotics. The company has introduced this simple chair. It's called the Mantrasana. And this chair can be placed anywhere within the hospital, outside the hospital, at the home, at anywhere. And one can do simulations, one can do procedures sitting here. So this is the surgeon console. It has been concised into, and then the surgeon operates using the VR glasses. All these technologies are already there and they have been tested. They are currently in the testing modes, and in the very near future, they'll be rolled out into clinical practice. So surgeons can be sitting anywhere and operating anywhere. This technology is currently available. So the take-home message is telerobotic surgery is definitely feasible. It is good. It is telemedicine. It's a fantastic application of telemedicine, extending this to the field of actually doing proper surgeries. It is safe with its proper setup and adhering to the guidelines and being careful and gentle as you adopt newer technologies. And it's a future-ready approach, immense potentials in the field of surgery for the robotic surgery. So I acknowledge our surgical team, our technical team, Kaizen Hospital for giving us this platform, and I'll be happy to take up any questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. Sir, I have two questions. So, today's at present current scenario, which surgical procedures are the safest and feasible for the remote tele surgeons who are about to do the surgeries?
So one, the surgeon must be experienced in that field, especially robotic surgery. Only with an experience in robotics, the surgeons can embark on a telerobotic platform. But when on the telerobotics he has to adopt to initially simpler procedures, not going to very complex procedures. Say, for example, I did yesterday a pancreatic cancer operation. It's an 8-hour surgery on a robotic platform. It's a very complex surgery. This kind of surgeries cannot be done on a telerobotics platform. But surgeries like hiatus hernias, fundoplications, acid reflux, hernias, surgeries like gallbladder, these are kind of straightforward, predictable, simple elective cases, planned cases, which can be easily performed. Say, suppose I'm going to Delhi for a conference and the patient comes, has an acute complication of the gallbladder, stone is stuck. And then, he says, the doctor is not here, but I can be in Delhi and operate for a patient who is sitting in Ahmedabad. So that is easily possible today. with the available networks. 40 hospitals in India are already linked by the tele network, this dedicated optical cable network. And this is provided by Airtel currently. But in the future, definitely Starlink is coming. We have Indian satellites. And in the future, with the satellites, we'll have all the rural connectivity. So this is a fantastic tool for doing, remote surgery.
Second question. So during surgery, any complexity happens.
Yes.
So who is ethically responsible, whether it is a robotic surgeon or the on-site team?
That's a very good question. So surgery is today teamwork. It is not that one surgeon, only simple cases, one surgeon can operate, but already he needs assistance from other surgeons, he needs help from the nurses team. So it's a teamwork. We have to see that surgery is like an orchestra. There is one singer, but all the musicians are helping the main singer. So it is like that. So it's like a captain of the ship. In a ship, there are so many people, but there is one captain. So the captain is definitely responsible for anything that happens in a surgery. But at the same time, there has to be a very good coordination between the two teams. The two teams should be working together in tandem. So only if you really, in real practice, if you are working together, you develop that kind of a coordination that they know what the other surgeon wants, which instrument I need. Of course, there is a communication, there is an audio and a video communication, both sides. But at the same time, has to be an understanding between both the teams. What is the requirement? Complexities are so many in surgery. Every patient may be different. Every gallbladder is also different. But the principles of surgery remains the same. So we just follow the principles and things will flow smoothly.
Thank you, sir.
Question. So, Sanjeev, regarding this, the legality of doing this, many times it happens that once you claim for the Mediclaim, if the Mediclaim says yes, it is allowable, then it becomes legal. The Mediclaim says no, this is not the claim. So, what is your experience with these many surgeries? How was the Mediclaim experience?
So you're talking of the robotic surgery? Robotic or not the tele-robotic? Okay.
But even the tele-robotic.
Tele-robotic, we have just done one case so far. We are just beginning. We are just entering into the field. But robotics, we have done more than 265 cases. So insurance company does pay for robotics also. But then they have their riders, they have their, rules that they will pay so much and so much. They will not pay 100% of what the patient is paying. Sometimes the patient may have to, co-pay some amount. So these are the issues that currently, because robotic surgery is still also in the beginning, it's still early. And that's why the insurance does pay for robotic surgery. And tele-robotic surgery is something that it's very new. It's still upcoming. As I said, just 150 cases in our country, and that is the highest in the world. No other country in the world is doing tele-robotic surgery. So currently, India is the leader in tele-robotic surgery, at least in this field.
Any other question? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking time on Sunday. And I think now we depart for the lunch. Lunch break, we are cut short to 45 minutes instead of 1 hour because we are running short of time. So we have postponed 2 sessions. So that will start after the lunch. So quickly move for the lunch for 45 minutes, then come back. We are interesting session of AI, mobile applications, and startups. And we have a great humorist from Gujarat is coming, Vinay Dave. Is a knowledge medicine, right? So please join again. Thanks.
Those who have not taken the delegate kits, it is available on reception area. So I request all the delegates to take delegate kits.
અરે સર ઈસરો નું નહીં